main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome everybody to the SSL Gold Cup Finals series, the Football World Cup, but in sailing. Today is a very exciting day. It's the first day of the 8th of the finals, and we have 8 new teams that are here. So we have USA, Brazil, Switzerland, Sweden, Argentina, Poland, Norway, and France. Today's weather, we should be seeing about 9 kilometers of wind, gusting perhaps up to 16, and we may see the wind turning south all the way to 140 degrees. So that's enough for me from the dock right here and in front of the boats. Let's go to Raquel and see who she managed to talk to this morning.
Buenos dias from the SSL Gold Cup Village. Today is day 1 of the 3rd round, and we have some new teams, new faces. One of the new faces, it's CJ Barrett. She's here with Team USA. And is this your first time on a boat like this, CJ?
Yeah, it is my first time on this boat, and I think the team is just super excited. We were able to get out for a training day yesterday, and I think that was great. There's some really strong teams here, so I think the team is just looking forward to a race format like this one.
Yeah, the race format, but I'm really surprised that you like a boat like this, because CJ is a very young sailor. She was the first woman on the SailGP Team USA boat, and she was a very young national champion on the Wasp. So she's been foiling most of her life, and the fact that she likes a boat like this, I mean, it's a great thing.
Yeah, so I've done a lot of foiling boats, and obviously those are super fun. They go super fast, but it's a bit different because it's a part of a team, and I think there's just so much that goes into it, like the synergy between the sailors and all the communication and the organization that it takes to complete a jibe or attack. It's really amazing to see it when it all comes together and goes well.
You were telling me you're a trimmer on board.
Yeah, so I'm the offside trimmer for this event, so it's my first time. I think all of our teammates, only one of the sailors has sailed this boat before, so all of us are just trying to learn the boat, get used to it. It's been a vertical learning curve for all of us, so we're excited.
So go Team USA.
Yes, go Team USA.
Back to you, Jan.
It was another exciting round as we end the 16th of the finals of the SSL Gold Cup Finals series. 10 teams from the first round managed to pass and battle against the 6 new teams that were already qualified. Each subsequent round, half of the teams will go home until we are left with the crowning of the first ever Nations World Champion. In this round, we saw more aggressivity from all teams, not hesitating to shut the door on the starts. Teams having to go around and take portside starts, the pin boat narrowly escaping getting cut in half. Massive gains and losses, jibing battles and photo finishes. This round had it all. In Fleet 1, after 3 races, there was an unbelievable 3-way tie between Chile, Malaysia, and Estonia. All 3 teams had 8 points. Austria, not far behind, was trailing with 6 points. Chile is the first of the 3 teams tied, thanks to their first win and 1 second place. Malaysia is second of the 3 tied teams, thanks to her aggressive starts with her 1 win and 2 third-place finishes. Estonia is the third of the 3 tied teams, with her 1 second place and 2 third places. Austria is 4th, even though they won a race, but their 2 fourth places meant that they put in only 6 points on the leaderboard. In Fleet 2, we saw Hungary pass on to the next round, putting a decisive lead on the finishing boat and securing their lead. Tahiti also moves on to the next round. They came into this 4th and last race as the overall winners, winning 6 of the 7 races they sailed. They had a hard time coping with the pressure and spent most of the last race in last place. In the end, managing to get it back together and climb back up to 3rd place, securing their spot into the next round. Finland sailed well, but it was too little too late. They finished 2nd, but it wasn't enough to go on. Bermuda finished last on the final day, and they too are going home. In Fleet 3, Portugal was behind the entire 4th race until they made the remontada of the day, coming back from 500 meters behind, and in last place they found some wind and managed to come back and win the golden day, giving them 8 points and allowing them to go through to the next round. The Republic of South Africa finished 3rd and benefited from the Croatian team's 4th place to be able to climb onto the podium, and they too are going on to the next round. Antigua and Barbuda, even though they sailed well and led the whole race until the last 100 meters, didn't have enough points to go through to the next round. Croatia came into the last race as the fleet's leaders, but they finished last, and they too are not going on to the next round. Fleet 4 wasn't able to sail the 4th race, so the teams qualified were based on the scores of the first 3 days. Lithuania and Slovenia both pass on to the next round as Canada and Japan are going home. So the 8 teams that have now qualified to go to the 8th of the finals are Team Hungary, Malaysia, Lithuania, Tahiti, Republic of South Africa, Chile, Slovenia, and Portugal. Those teams will be facing the USA, Argentina, Poland, Brazil, Switzerland, Norway, Sweden, and France.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, here to the first day of the 8th of the finals. I have with me here today Robert Hopkins. Robert, welcome. He's from the USA and lots and lots of experience. We'll talk about that.
Great, nice to be here. Thanks for inviting me.
You're very welcome, and looking forward to getting this racing on. So let's take a look here at the match board. That is your match board right there. We are in the 8th of the finals. So this morning will be fleet number 1, USA, Argentina, Hungary, and Malaysia. Then later on we'll see Poland, Brazil, Lithuania, Tahiti. 3rd race of the day we'll see Republic of South Africa, the Chilean boats, Switzerland, and Norway. And the last fleet to sail today will be Slovenia, Portugal, Sweden, and France. So those are the teams that will be out on the water today for the 8th of the finals. Let's take a look at the national anthems before we go onto the water.
Via! Via! Hungaria! Via! Via! Hungaria! Via!
And those were the national anthems of all the teams that will be racing here in this first race of the day. Let's take a look at the team comparisons here. Top left of your screen, and we have the United States, the Golden Eagles, SSL ranked number 4, weighing in at 723 kilos. Captain of that team is number 10, James Golden. To the right of him is Argentina, the Condors, SSL ranked number 20th. Team weight 706 kilos, so they're the lightest team out there today. Number 3 is the captain, Alejandro Cola. Bottom left of your screen is Team Hungary, the Shamans.
SSL ranked number 13th. They are weighing in 717 kilos. Captain of the team, number 10, Zambor Berec. And to the bottom right of your screen is Team Malaysia, the Monsoons, SSL ranked number 47, weighing in at 723 kilos. Captain of the team, Megat Daniel. So now let's take a look here at the lineup for the United States, as we have James Golden is the captain of the team. He has the world record in under 25 505 category, as well as the under 23. He is world champion in the Finn class. At the helmsman here, we have Chris Poole, who is silver at the match race worlds. And let's go on to our next team, which is Team Argentina. So the main trimmer here is Alejandro Juan Cola. He was first at the World Championship in TP 52. He has a gold medal in that, and is 2 times second also at the World Championship in the TP 52. So quite a lot of experience from him on big boats. And we take a look at the trimmer, Victoria Travascio. She is the Olympian. She was 5th in the Olympics in the 49er FX class. Moving on to our next team, which is Team Hungary. Captain there is Zambor Berec. He has an Olympic medal, silver medal in the Finn class. And in the pit, we have Zambor Jipas, who is world champion and has a bronze medal at the World Championships in the 470 class. And we also, of course, have on the mainsail Marcel Gauchelet, who is an Olympian in the 470 class. So good knowledge right there and experience from the Olympic Games on this Hungarian team. Moving on to our last team, Team Malaysia. Captain Megat Daniel and main trimmer Jamil Nurai Shai is an Olympian, went to the Tokyo Olympics International at the 470 in the 470s class for the women's 470 class. Also at the helm, Mohed Afendi. He is 3 times Olympian. He went to London, Rio, Tokyo. He sails in the laser class. And finally, we have the bowman, which is Azman Asri. He was 7th in the 2014 Youth Olympic Games. So we have good knowledge, Olympic knowledge about on this boat. And of course, as you saw, we also have world champions on many of the boats. Let's take a look here at the race course. So at the bottom of your screen is the start. As you see, you have to zigzag all the way up into the wind around Mark 1. Then they come back down with the wind, having to zigzag and then go through the 2 gates to then come back up to Mark number 3 up at the top, and then all the way back down. And as they zigzag along to get to the finishing line. Let's take a look at that again. So question perhaps some of you were asking is, why are they zigzagging down with the wind? Well, it's very simple. If they go straight down, straight with the wind, it's actually extremely slow. So for these boats to go fast, and with their asymmetrical spinnakers, they need to be zigzagging down the wind as well. Now, we are going to show you a small clip about the helm position as our boats are on the water and we are getting ready for racing. Let's show you that quick clip as before we get out onto the water.
My name's Tom Slingsby and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil, and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have 2 wheels, one on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
All right, so we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the weather out there. Currently, there is 6 knots of wind coming out of 150, so that is quite east-southeast, and forecasted partly cloudy as the temperature is 26 degrees. We saw it kind of hazy out here today. And that is rather interesting, as we have not seen a haze like this so far. So, Robert, you were telling me that you have you've been here, you've been living here now for quite a few years, and so you would know the weather quite well as also some of your former experience as a coach. As an Olympic coach, you were telling me. Perhaps you can explain to us sort of what we should be expecting today out there on the race course.
Sure. Well, today's the first new day for us with a regime of wind coming in from the east. So you say, wait a minute, you just told me it was south-southeast. Well, it's coming in from the east, hitting a round island and lensing around the island. So what we're seeing here is a bent wind.
Okay.
So it's under a lot of stress. And we'll have to see what happens. This is not a happy day for the meteorologists. It's difficult to call. It's going to be on the light side. It's lumpy out there with respect to the waves. So that's another issue.
Right, yeah, you were saying the waves. So we're seeing sort of this wind coming around the island. So it's getting bent sort of by the drag of the island, right? Mm-hmm. And then we're seeing waves that are coming from exactly the opposite direction of where the wind is coming from. So explain that to us.
Well, there's typically in the winter here, there's a north swell, a swell coming from far away, the storms in the North Atlantic.
Okay.
It's only a meter tall. It's an 8-second wave, so it's a subtle thing. But if you're sailing upwind, you will feel this kind of surging sensation, okay?
Yeah.
Surfing upwind. But against that are the reflections from the cliffs to the right of the course and just general chaos out there. So it's going to be a very tough day for sail trimmers and helmsmen.
Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing those boats sort of surfing down the wave as they're going upwind. That'll be quite funny. But then on the other hand, they'll be smashing into the waves as they go downwind, right?
Yeah, well, they're not. The ground swell is so subtle. Well, let's see if we can even see it on TV.
Well, you know what? Good thing you asked for it, because we have Raquel, which was in here the other day. She was commenting with me, but she is out on the water. Let's, Raquel, how is it going out there?
Hello, Jan. Hello, Robert. Hello, everybody. Well, finally, I'm on the water, and what happened? The sky is very cloudy. There's this haze. There's a lot of swell, and the wind is on the light side. So it's an unlikely situation from what we've seen so far, because yes, we have had very light winds, but the sun was always shining. So it's beautiful anyways. The teams are getting ready. And I mean, finally being out on the water, it's fantastic. So I hope I can bring you some feelings out here. Like I said, there is quite a swell, and the swell is coming from the same direction of the wind. So we're about southeast mostly. Behind me, there is the race committee. Of course, you know, AP flag is up, but I reckon that they will put it down shortly. I've overheard some comments from the top mark, and the wind is picking up a little bit, because that was the main problem, because we had quite a nice breeze out down here at the start, but at the top mark it wasn't as nice. So I see the pin boat moving around, so maybe they've had some information about a change of wind, and all of the boats have the main and the jib up. So I mean, I think we're almost there, Jan. Almost there.
Well,
my first
Raquel,
regatta on water of the SSL Gold Cup.
Raquel, we are so happy that you are out on the water, and that you will be bringing us your vision and your eyes of what you're seeing out there. And just to let you know, Robert and I, we were just talking about the weather out there, and you're telling us that it's we could see you moving around quite a bit out there. And Robert was just explaining that the waves are sort of getting bounced off of the shore as well, and so that brings a lot of chaos out there. And is that also something that you're seeing? It looks maybe like crossed waves.
Well, yes, we're not further than a couple hundred meters from shore, so of course we do get that very nice, back and forth of the waves. So the waves are coming from ashore, and they're quite big. I would say they're like a meter and a half. And then, of course, they bounce back ashore and come back, creating a bit of a mess here. But, I mean, it's the worst is for us, because, I mean, the SSL 47, they just surf through the waves. They cut the waves going upwind, and they will just surf them downwind. So the problem is mostly, I mean, the shaking, this kind of dance is more for us a problem. It won't affect them, I don't think, Robert. What do you think?
Well, I think helmsmen are grumpy by nature and tend to complain, and they'll be complaining about the waves today. I think also it looks harder on starboard tack than port. There'll be what we call chopping wood on starboard tack, just pounding into the wave, more on starboard, and maybe a little happier on port. So they're testing both sides to set up the boat asymmetrically to handle the different conditions.
Yeah, and Robert, one thing that's interesting is what we were talking about earlier in the previous races, where we were seeing sort of the boats on a port tack. They were sort of going really, into the waves, and they were slamming into the waves. Sometimes we would even see the boom shaking from the images that we had. And As opposed to that on a starboard tack, they were sort of just gently kind of cruising around. So we have seen different things happening out there, especially with these waves. And I think something that we need to discuss and have you understand is that where we are right now. I mean, we are on a little island in the middle of the Atlantic. Well, perhaps not the middle, but we are definitely influenced by all this Atlantic swell. So we're getting waves that are being created very far away, and there's nothing to stop them coming over here. So storms in the northern Atlantic that perhaps happened a week ago are now coming, and we are feeling those waves.
Yeah. All the waves we saw were local waves. The long one, you can't even see it. It's so subtle, but it matters a lot also. So there is another underlying groundswell that we'll only see maybe hearing in the chatter from the crew members on board, or it's going to be tough to notice.
Yeah, so we'll keep you all updated on this. It's very interesting. It's the first time we've had wind coming so southernly out here for the last 2 weeks that we've been racing. Perhaps is that something that you think, is that because we're having a new front coming in or a new weather system that perhaps will bring us those bigger winds that we're sort of all expecting to see?
I have no idea, but you could take the plays that we've seen and flip the paper upside, from left to right, because we basically have a mirror image of what we've been doing so far.
Okay.
The shore is to our right, the open sea is to our left. There's an island upwind of us. Its shadow is coming down and tickling the race course. It's complicated.
It is complicated. Well, before we keep on going on with what's going on out there on the water, let us show you. We were talking about where we are. Well, let us show you a little clip about where we are. Gran Canaria. So that is where we are. We are in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria in the Canary Archipelago. And I am joined here by Robert Hopkins, who is from the USA and was a Olympic coach. Has been living here on the island now for many years. And so a lot of local knowledge and very interesting topics that we'll be able to sort of talk a little bit more on. But right now, it seems as though we're out there on the race course. We do not have the orange flag up yet, so AP is still up on the race committee. So as we wait for perhaps the race to really begin, we will take a short break. So remember, what you can go and check us out and follow us, as you see on the bottom hand side of your screen right there, on Instagram and of course Facebook, and our website SSL-goldcup.com, and really get all the information. We've had some really unbelievable pictures that have been taken by all three of our photographers out here. You have all sorts of information. If you want, you can go and check out actually who is on the boat. The crew listings are there on the notice board. Lots of information. You can read the sailing instructions. There's just a lot of things you can do on that website. So go and check it out. We're putting out more and more information out there, and we've got new teams that are here out on the water. And before we do that, before we get back and we continue our conversation, let's take a short break. Stick around, because any moment now we will be back out on the water. So just a couple of minutes for you to just have a little bit more patience, and we will be right back.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. So we told you it was going to be very quick, and it is. We have the orange flag, which is up, which means that in less than 10 minutes we will be starting this race. But before we go out to the live images, let's take a look at the lineup here for the United States. So we have as a tactician Rodriguez at the helm, Poole, and floater Sangmeister. His main trimmer is Kavle. As we have the trimmer is CJ Perez. Down at the bottom, Ian Coleman. As the trimmer, the captain of the team, Golden, is at the pit. We have Bruno as the floater, and Daly, which is our bowman right there with the number 22 on. Let's go through our next team, which is Team Argentina. Start from the back, tactician Marino at the helm, Grimaldi. The grinder is Rossi. The main trimmer, Cola, at the top. Vertiz is our trimmer, jib trimmer. Down at the bottom, Suarez, also the other side trimmer. Travasio is as well a trimmer, and I think she's probably the floater on this boat. And then we have down at the pit Garay, and in the bow, Rivas. That is for your Team Argentina. Now let's take a look at the Hungarian boat. Zambor Beres, tactician. In the back is the tactician and captain of the boat. At the helm, Bakovsky. As the grinder, Nemet. And main trimmer, Kolslet. As we have a look at the top of your screen, Adorjan is one of the trimmers, and Lilik is the other trimmer. Floater is Huber. Down in the pit is Giapajas, and in the front is Nemet. So that is your lineup for the Team Hungary. And the last team that we'll be looking here is a Team Malaysia. Tactician Sharzin at the helm, Kher ul Nizam. The grinder is Fiazul Azvad. Down and main trimmer, Mohamed Uzair. The upper floater is Mohad Akiyundin. Down at the bottom, Ahmad Hakimi. The mid-bow and floater is Ahmad, and I cannot pronounce that last name. I'm sorry. I'd rather not say it than chop it all up. But down at in the pit we have Mohad Azar, and down in the, or rather over in the front, we have Mohad Essa, which is our bowman with the jersey number 1 on. So that is your team lineup right there. Those are all of the sailors that are currently on board, as we have 3 minutes and 25 seconds until we see the race, the beginning of the race. Here you're seeing the 3D image in live of what's going on. So right now, basically, we have the boats that are sort of, as you see there, sort of doing circles. Now, perhaps, Robert, why are they turning around in circles like this 3 minutes before the start?
This is called doing your homework before the start, and what they're practicing is their approach, and they're trying to figure out if one end of the line is favored compared to the other. Is a line should be perpendicular to the wind, and if it's not, then they can get a jump on the competition by starting on the upwind end of the line.
All right, so now we see them sort of, that's why we'll have seen, for example, we saw that dark blue line right there. They were sailing along the line, that virtual line. I mean, obviously you can imagine it's not, painted out there on the water, so they have to sort of imagine where it is. And there's the starting line at the bottom right hand of your screen right there. There's the race committee boat. And these are our race boats that are out there right now. So it looks as though also sometimes you don't want to be giving out your plan by perhaps staying on one side or the other. So we do see them sort of jostling back and forth as they starting to position themselves right now. And we see here the team Hungary that just tack behind the USA. So sort of jostling for position. Everyone is sort of seeing what each one is doing. And as here we are taking a look at the Argentinian team before we get started. So 1 minute and 36 as we see the American boat head to wind right there, trying to lose some speed. And very interesting, so we see the Americans now have decided to sort of stay off to the right-hand side. And just before we go out on the water, we have Raquel can bring us perhaps her eyes on the water. Raquel, do you have some information for us?
Well, I can see that if I look up towards the top mark, so on the race course, I can see the water being, being windy. So I guess it's we have enough wind for this race. It might increase as the race goes on. And at the moment, I am right next to the committee boat, so it's really a spectacle to see the boats getting ready from the water for the start. It looks like they all want to be on the committee end side, but for me, the line is quite even, honestly.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for that information right there, Raquel. As we see here on our screen in the drone shot, 30 seconds left to go. It looks like the Americans right there are wanting to go towards the race committee, but they know they're going to get the door shut on them. So difficult position now for the USA, having to sort of sneak in and come into the back right there. So really difficult for the USA to actually get out in front. 6 seconds left. Looks like the USA has managed to find a little hole, and yes, they found a hole. It looks like Malaysia right there is completely stuck and has not managed to get going. So looks like right now the best start is for the USA. And look at Malaysia having to back their jib right there in order to get the boat to get away from the wind. And so terrible start for Malaysia right there. That's not what they wanted to do. They got shut out. The USA turned what looked like to be a very difficult situation into a good one. So yeah, we see them right there trying to get the boat going. Of course, it's really difficult for these boats to actually start going. The keel is so thin that they actually need to get quite a bit of speed in order for them to be able to go into the wind and to be able to sort of hold. So right now it looks like Malaysia, this is a terrible start for Malaysia, and this is going to have potential consequences for the rest of the racing. Remember, there are only 4 races that each one of these fleets will be doing. So right now, tough start for Malaysia. Great start for the USA, being able to sort of sneak in there and get a good start. So we see right here, USA, Argentina, battling it out. Argentina is only 21 meters behind the USA.
Pressure in 10.
So great, let's listen in here as we are on board with Team USA.
So remember, guys, what we want to do here right off the start is we want to go in sort of a low mode. Right now, they're just trying to get out in front. They don't really want to be battling against one another, as if they start doing that, well, we know that having a battle with another boat potentially will slow you down. So they're out in the lead. They're with Argentina, and currently Argentina is not trying to luff the United States. Everybody is just in that low mode. Oh, big wave. Yep, you just heard it on board. So big slam right there. So we were talking about that sea state, Robert, and it looks like that's exactly what we're seeing here on these boats.
Yeah, they're very uncomfortable, the Americans there. When they slam like that, they have to put their bow down to accelerate again. And doing that makes them sag into Argentina. So we've seen their lead drop from 20 to 10 meters in just the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, so just on the waves themselves, slowing these boats, slowing them right down. You see Hungary right there that's just tacked over, and it looks like in the background we also have the USA and Argentina. So first tacks that we're seeing right now, as we're going upwind here, and we have a distance of 0.9 nautical miles to the windward mark. So for all of you, that's a little bit less than 1.8 kilometers to the windward mark. So really trying to put that weight out there. As you can see, they're even putting their hand out there. And part of the reason for that is really to, well, it's just putting more weight out there. But they have to hold on. They have to hold on some way. Remember, they don't have any. They don't have any hiking straps. So yeah. Look at that right now. Let's take a look at the right here, just on the right-hand side of your screen, Malaysia. So it looks like Malaysia finally got off the line. They're 130 meters down now, but good. All right, great. Great to see that Malaysia has managed to come back. And as a matter of fact, they're only 130 meters behind. So for having such a there's no other way I can say it, but it's just a disastrous start.
A shocker of a start.
They're actually doing not too bad.
Well, I noticed in the pre-race lineup, everyone likes to see how they're doing before the start, and all four boats lined up, and Malaysia was the fastest of the four, about half an hour ago. So they're just going to sail their own race here and try to get in contact with the fleet again. That could happen. Meanwhile, the Americans are still in an uncomfortable position. They're in the middle of the sandwich, with a boat above them and below them, so they really don't have any margin for error. But despite that, they're hanging in there, holding their own. That's a really good sign for the Americans.
Yeah, so the issue being that if you want to bear away and get a little bit more speed, well, then you're going to get closer and closer to the boat which is beneath you, and so therefore perhaps wind shadowing, or on the other hand, you'll have the other boat that's trying to catch up to you. So difficult place. You're right, absolutely for the Americans.
We saw that America was in deep trouble on starboard, was caving into Argentina, but luckily for them, Hungary was caving into the Americans. So the Hungary tacked, that opened the door for the U.S. to tack, and then Argentina tacked to follow. So here we are on basically this is a drag race, a straight line test of speed right now.
Yeah, and it's, speaking of Argentina, them tacking last, well, Argentina definitely does not want to be doing a solo race and going off to the left-hand side by themselves. They always want to be with their opponents. As right now, for the time being, until Malaysia can start to catch up again, it'll be, it's a three-boat race. So, really great to see these shots, as now the boats are heeled over quite a bit. So I think this is the most wind we've seen so far, and we're seeing get a great vision of what it's like inside the boats. Of course, we have the onboard cameras, as you see here, which is the camera which is on the grinding pedestal, as we're looking at the main winch right there, and all the controls
for the mainsail is on that winch pedestal right there.
So we have a dead heat. Argentina and the U.S. have been plus or minus a meter between them over the last minute. It couldn't be any closer.
Well, this is great. I just want to remind you guys that Robert Hopkins here commenting with me is a former Olympic coach, teaching or coaching rather the U.S. team from '84 to '92, and he has you've done what, 5 America's Cups?
Yeah.
So were those America's Cups as a sailor, or were those America's Cups as a coach?
Two were as sailor, and the others as either the coaching and or helping with the design team management, a mixture of everything.
Okay. Right. So I will definitely be picking your brains, because it's just an honor to have somebody with just so much experience. We always are in awe of all the sailors that are at the America's Cup, but to have the expert of the experts here in commenting is a true honor for us here at the SSL. So, Robert, thanks again for coming in and letting us know, just what you're seeing. I can see you're taking notes and scribbling stuff down as to the positioning of the boats. And so we not only do we have all the cameras for you and all of the telemetry that we can bring to you, but we also have we are doing our own notes here in the studio. So here's a great drone shot right there of Argentina in the back and Team USA. Well, this is USA right here. You just seeing the top of the mast of, I think it's the Hungarian boat we were looking into earlier. So it looks like we're not seeing the USA hike as hard as some of the other teams. It looks to me like they're not as far down as, for example, we'd seen Argentina.
I got a smile. You're exactly right. I was thinking the same thing. It's interesting. Also, the Americans are talkative. They love to distribute the responsibility, and so it'd be fun to hear them. We'll learn a lot about the race just listening to the afterguard on the U.S. boat. Here's a moment of truth. 2 boats tacking to starboard, and we start to see just how far ahead Argentina is. More than predicted by the head behind lines. Argentina did very well there.
So it looks like 36 meters and climbing right now for Argentina, as Argentina goes and tacks above its opposition right there, controlling the fleet. So Argentina right now making sure they're between their opponents and the mark, and it just looks right now like a little bit less wind perhaps up here, and that is perhaps why we didn't see the Americans hiking as hard, as perhaps there's just less pressure. Because I'm looking right now here, doesn't look like Argentina is hiking hard either. So perhaps we have a little bit of a pressure difference between the bottom of the field and the top of the field.
Well, we have an issue here. Who's going to round the mark? All of them? None of them? The Americans are in the dirty air of Argentina. Argentina sailed up there to punish the Americans, and it could be that Argentina sneaks around the mark and the Americans have to do 2 tacks, but they're blocked by Hungary. This is fascinating.
All right, well, let's go quickly to Raquel, which is at the top mark. Perhaps she's got a little bit more info from the water as we see the first boat getting around the mark. Raquel, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, Jan. What an interesting first beat. Well, after the amazing start, the 3 top boats were very, very close all the time. And now it's USA who's rounding the mark at the same exact time as Hungary. I mean, the wind is a little lighter, I would say, up here at the top mark. But still, we still have 6 knots, I would say, 7 knots. So it's totally sailable, and these boats go fast even with this little wind. Well, it's kind of 2 races, yeah, between the top 3 and poor Malaysia, who's been left out at the start.
Right, thank you very much, Raquel.
for that information. Straight off of the water, as we just saw Argentina right there put up their spinnaker and go down for the first time. So they are on their way down, and now followed by the USA. Let's take a look here. As you remember, Argentina, USA, these are our new teams. So this is their race number 1 for them. This is the first time they hoist the spinnaker and drop the jib in a race scenario. And it looks as though we're looking at the American boat in front and Hungarian boat right there in the back. So it looks like a nice clean hoist from both Team Argentina and the USA. Very good for them. We see Malaysia right there just coming back into the picture. Now I will not be fooled like I was in the finals with in the last round, where we saw Portugal coming back from 500 meters back. So you never know what happens. Perhaps we will see Malaysia coming back, and remember, we're going downwind, so the wind is coming from behind the boat, and the first ones to catch new wind will be Malaysia. So there is an opportunity for Malaysia to be able to close the gap here as they come down this first downwind run. As we listen here on board, it looks to be very calm on that boat. So concentration is at its maximum. They really need to be able to catch up. There's no point in getting angry or starting to stress. Now, here with these 3 boats, we will see a little bit of different, probably different body language, as there is definitely more pressure on these guys' shoulders. So the USA right now still in that sandwich position that we've seen them in since the beginning. So right now, as we're on board with the USA, we're listening to them talk, and they are basically trying to not fall and not get rolled over by the Hungarian boat, which is just beneath them. It's always difficult to go into these low modes, and we've seen a lot of boats in the last 2 rounds go in a very, very low mode. Now, why would you prefer going into a low mode than, going a little higher and faster?
Well, the Americans would love to hit the air of Argentina on the jibe. So if they go low and jibe simultaneously, Argentina jibed while I was talking, they would have a chance of blanketing. But that's not going to happen here. Argentina jibed. The wind is well forward because it's light air. And I don't know if the Americans jibe, but even if they jibe simultaneously, Argentina now still has clear air. So that low mode works better in windier condition when the jibing angles are narrower.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Perhaps you guys saw number 3 right there. He was just shaking the sail, the main sail right there. Well, what he's trying to do is probably, actually for sure, one of the battens did not pop. And so inside the sail are actually some fiberglass sticks, shall we call them? Battens, they're called. And sometimes they don't pop, and they don't give the shape, that wing shape, that we like to see on the sails. So that's why he was shaking that sail to get it to pop over. So in case you guys saw that and were wondering.
So Jan, we have a crazy thing happening here. That anchored boat in the background is splitting the U.S. from Argentina.
That is absolutely true. Well,
so the U.S. has to go past it a good long way, or else when they jibe onto port, they'll be in the shadow of that blue ferry or whatever it was at anchor.
Yeah, we've seen that boat. Actually, those boats, those are their spots for anchoring. Now, we have, for the race course here, we have a couple different things. Perhaps at home you're wondering, why are they racing with boats anchored in the middle of the race area? Well, very simply put, this is a very, very busy place here, and we cannot just sail anywhere we want to, because we have a huge harbor, and we have these are small boats, this blue one, in comparison to what we comes into the harbor.
Here we go, U.S. jibing.
So we are limited to where we can be in the race area. And then another very important thing is we can't be, too far away from where our home base is, because otherwise, well, we can't get the images out to you guys. So that's a little explanation on what you're seeing there in the background. Now let's go back here. Let's take a look here at the racing as we look at the American boat that had to go a little bit further in order to avoid that wind shadow.
And they're ahead.
And
looking good. Now, they're ahead in theory. The computer constructs these ladder rings, these kind of horizontal lines, and the computer says that the Americans are ahead. Well, we won't know until they actually cross. And the reason could be an error in the computer, or the wind could really fill in differently, or there are a million things that could go on here. But this race is up for grabs on the run here.
So as you see the American boat over off to the background on the left-hand side over there, after having gone around that big blue boat which is just behind us. So you see there's quite a distance between both boats as we're getting down towards closer and closer to the mark. We're only 400 meters away from the mark. So Argentina right now is getting close to the ley line and is going to have to put in a jibe, and well, there we are. We're just talking about it, and there's the jibe. So this is the last jibe for the Argentinian boat. Oh, and we look at that mainsail. You see at the top, some of those battens haven't popped right there, just above the SSL star. Ooh. There we go. That just went through right there. So really interesting to get these drone shots as you see that the shape of that sail looks like a wing. So anyways, here is Argentina 245 meters away from the gates. Now this is the exciting moment of the race, as we have seen so many things going on down here at the gates. It could be anything from a perfect drop and mark rounding to catastrophical jibs not being able to be put up and spinnakers in the water and all sorts of mayhem. So let's see what happens. This is really interesting. Remember, guys, USA, Argentina are the leaders right now. This is their very first race, as these are the two new teams that are come here and have qualified for the 8th of the finals. So here we go. They can choose either one of the gates. Let's see what happens here. Let's see how good the drops are. So a late drop for the USA. And it looks like the USA is having a hard time bringing that spinnaker down. But it looks like there's even more problems here on the Argentinian boat. So hard time putting down those spinnakers for both of those boats. As we see, they're still not quite in, but the most important thing is that they're not in the water and that their men and both boats managed to sheet in their jibs. So all in all, good mark rounding. Let's see here as the Hungarian team brings in their spinnaker. Remember, this is the Hungarian team has many more races as they have moved through. Now let's take a look. Oh, having a difficult time pulling in the jib right there.
So this is a nightmare for Argentina in terms of race management. They were leading, and now the other two boats have split with them. The U.S. went back to the side that gave them the pass going downwind, so perhaps they think there's better pressure over there. Not a happy time for Argentina. Everything's up for grabs still.
Yeah, so we'll see what Argentina does. Does Argentina keep on going off to the right-hand side, or is she going to tack over and come back towards the American and the Hungarian boat? For the time being, it looks like they have the lead, so perhaps Well, we'll see, because it's always, as you said, Robert, is it the computer or is it really the lead? Generally, the information that we're getting is absolutely good, but like you said, when they come back together, they perhaps could be on the lift right now as the others are getting headed, and as soon as they tack over, well, they will themselves be headed. So we'll see what happens right now. So this is interesting here. Let's take a look at the distance that we have between the two boats. As soon as the Americans and the Hungarian boat tacks over, we will see if that distance drops for this Argentinian boat. So pressure is light out there. They want to keep those boats heeled over. As you see, the only one who's sitting on the rail right there is the skipper of the boat, right there, number 19. And as they are slowly coming up, so no big pump here on the Argentinian team. And it looks as though the USA and Hungary have attacked over. So now take a look at the lead from Argentina against the USA. You see how that's just dropping down right there, 99, 98, 96, 95. So yeah, it kind of looks like they had a lift as they went off to the right-hand side, Argentina. And now as they're coming back together, USA is coming back closer and closer. So right now we are going into a port and starboard situation right now with Argentina and the USA. It looks as though Argentina, from what I'm looking at, will be able to pass in front. So there it is. In any case, the Argentinian boat, no, that's in front of Hungary. So let's see now what happens with USA. The Argentinian boat has the right of way.
Are the U.S. still on starboard? I think they are. Can't tell.
You can't tell. I don't know if they are. Have they tacked onto starboard? We'll find out here as we are on with the Hungarian boat. So the Hungarian boat right now also in a difficult position as perhaps as we see here, there's a boat above them, so that's Argentina. So Argentina covering. Yeah, it looks like the USA has tacked back over onto starboard. Now let's see, this is not a great place for the Hungarian boat as they are in the wind shadow of Team Argentina. And we will see what they're doing here. It's on this right now. It looks as though everybody is staying on the same tack as we're seeing the USA, Argentina. All right, there we go. That was easier to see what's going on right now. So as the Hungarian boat, yeah, tacking over as they were in the wind shadow of the Argentinian boat. So Hungary having to tack over and come back to the middle of the fleet. As we see them going up and down some of those big waves right there.
We've seen all sorts of pressure changes. Sometimes people are sitting inside, other times they're hiking hard. This is a tricky day.
Yeah, we see them come back to the middle of the race course, and of course those we have that wind, like you said, coming out of the south, which will make it really difficult out there, bouncy, as we have waves being created by the wind. as we have ocean swell, which is coming from the bottom of the race course, and then a whole bunch of all of that mixing up and smacking against the sidewall, the walls of the island. So we are getting a lot of crisscross waves. Sometimes you'll see some big waves, little waves. It looks like there's quite a bit of a discussion right there on this boat. So as Argentina now tack back over and try to keep their lead over the, looks like the Hungarian boat right now. Looks like the Argentinians have decided to go to the correct side of the race course, as it looks like they are furthering their lead, and the USA right now is down to 200 meters behind, as we have approximately 1,000 meters. So we are a little bit, we are about the halfway mark here as we go up our second windward beat.
That's a great feeling on Argentina. They're all hiking out there in great pressure, consolidating and crossing. They couldn't be happier with their situation right here. But every second that goes by, they're de-risking their leverage by getting in front and on top of the other three boats.
Yeah, so what they've been just right now, what we've seen, they've been just controlling the fleet. I guess the one time we did see them clearly make a decision to not follow the others was down at the leeward gate, where they went right on the right-hand side. So a very smart game being played here by Argentina, as we see them controlling most of the time, and when it comes down to it and then the decision needs to be made, we see them making the correct decision and going off to the right-hand side and even furthering their lead. So they've more than doubled their lead now, as it's 142 meters you see right there with the Hungarian team, and over 160 meters with the American team. So Argentina, the rich getting richer right there. So they're just controlling everybody, and they don't want the Hungarian boat to go off to the right. So as you see them tack right now, they know the right is a good place. Perhaps it's a right-hand shift, and the U.S. is playing the pressure on the left.
I think there's pressure, at least pressure on the right, maybe also shift. So when you see the white and the blue down there, the Hungary and USA converging, Hungary on starboard, right of way, they get to choose which side they want to go. So the Hungary chose the right and bounced the US to the left, thinking that they were hurting the US. Argentina responded by putting a loose cover on Hungary. Right now, Argentina is on top of Hungary without taking their wind. That's a loose cover, so they can go along like that happily. They don't want to incite a lot of busyness right now. They just want to finish out the leg with their 134-meter lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Making sure that, like you're saying, a loose cover, which means that they're not, they're just placing themselves, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they're just preventing Hungary from having any hope of a lot of luck. But they didn't hit them on the air, which would have forced Hungary to attack and then forced Argentina to respond and blah, blah, blah. They didn't want to do that.
So, Robert, sorry, we are 500 meters away from the windward line, the windward buoy. Perhaps I know Raquel is out there, and let's see if perhaps she has any more insight to what's going on as we see the boats getting closer and closer together. Raquel, if you can hear me, just jump in at any time here. Absolutely no problem. Oh, look at that right there. That's a very, very close, those two boats are very close, as we're seeing the Hungarian team and the USA. So Hungary right now is a lee bow boat, which is in a very powerful position right now in order to be able to slow down the USA, as perhaps now we may see them going into a high mode in order to bother as much as they can and put sort of a windward wind shadow here on the on the U.S. boat. Why is that position, that Hungarian position, such a powerful one, Robert?
Well, it's not. The last time they did it, Hungary bounced America to the left. This time, the Americans think they can hang in there until they get to the ley line. So if they do, Hungary will follow the U.S. If the U.S. sags into Hungary, then they'll be forced to do 2 tacks, and it'll be very ugly for the Americans. So let's see what happens.
So it's sort of a situation which could go either way for the U.S.
Yep.
So either it could go in their favor. All right, look at here as we see this pink buoy. This pink buoy right here means that there was a change of course down at the leeward gate. I didn't hear the sound signals coming off of the race committee boats, but it looks as though we had a Charlie Red, so the distance stayed the same. It's just that it was shifted further left. So that was the only distance. So still 0.9 nautical miles. Just a change in. So the wind is kind of shifting a little bit left, according to race committee. So here we go. A lot of things to do here for this Argentinian team, as they have to bear away, hoist, and drop the jib all at the same time, as there is no offset mark, and so this makes it a very difficult move that they need to do here. As we now will see the next 2 boats going around the weather mark. Here we are. That is the Hungarian boat and the USA boat coming together right now. So, perhaps we did see the USA having to do that double tack. That's exactly what you were fearing. So it looks like the Hungarian boat managed to luff the US. The US had to put in 2 tacks, but they're not so far behind right now. You would expect them to be a little bit further behind, but here we go. Lots of things to do right now on this boat. There we see CJ right there on the boat, as looks like she's pulling perhaps on the halyard. So CJ Perez, she sails actually on wasps, so on foiling wasps. So it's very different. It couldn't be more different, right? I mean, she sails on a tiny little boat that foils, where she's by herself, and now she's on these big boats, and it has to work as a team. And perhaps Raquel, if you are still with us, and if you can hear me, I know you, Raquel, she went and spoke with her.
Jan, I am here.
There you are, Raquel. We thought you fell overboard. You this morning you talked with
No, I'm
CJ
here. I'm
Perez.
very into this race. It's really exciting, and it's interesting when you see the boats going downwind with these big waves and swell, Jan. The trimmer, the kite trimmer, is doing the most important job, because you have to follow the waves and trim the kite accordingly. And the Argentina, I think they're doing the best job in the fleet. They're very consistent, these Argentinians, in their maneuvering, I can see. Yeah, and about CJ, yes, she's a tiny little girl, but she's so strong and powerful, and she does sail mostly on foiling boats. You mentioned the Wasp, but she was the first woman to sail on America's Sail GP team, and then she does a campaign on the 69F, which is the only crew monohull apart from the America's Cup that is foiling. So she is a tough little cookie, and she's enjoying very much the trimming on the SSL 47, Jan. If I may go on, there's
Absolutely.
one extra bit of hurdle on the race course, because they have to mind the wind, the sea state, the current, But there is also a big ferry, like a cargo boat or something like that. Maybe it was a cruise ship before, but it's definitely not a cruise ship right now. And it's right in the middle of the course. So we've seen the teams on the first beat avoiding in it, leaving it on the left-hand side, all of them. But then on the first downwind, Team USA went almost on a stealth mode because they were totally behind this big cargo boat. So we had the Argentina on the middle of the course, while the Americans were going on the left-hand side of the course. So it looks like now a similar situation actually, because the Argentina are leaving the cargo boat on the right, going downwind, while Hungary and USA are happy to go more on the far left of the course.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Raquel, for all that information. Yeah, we did see that boat, and we were talking about it here on the last downwind leg. And it's yes, very interesting to have that obstacle in the middle of the race course. And of course, you guys remember that obstacle is there for everybody. So, you know, it could be an advantage and it could be a disadvantage depending on where you are going and what your strategy is. But right now, it looks like Argentina is still out in front of the Hungarian boat, and here we are on board with Team Hungary, 93 meters back behind Argentina, and that's the USA we're seeing just back behind them. So USA was forced into a double tack as before they got to the windward mark, so that put a little bit of a hamper on things, seeing them coming back to 95 meters behind the Hungarian boat right there. So a nice clear lead for Argentina. However, it is only 70 meters. Anything could happen as we'll see both of these teams jibing and all the boats coming back together. I see that, Robert, you've been writing down some notes. Obviously, all you can't see it at home, but explain to me a little bit about what you're writing down there.
Well, I have a horrible memory, so I just tend to scribble down what the tracks of the boats are. I can remember what happened. Nothing special, but we do see this split here with Argentina leading back to the center of the course first. I imagine that big blue ferry is splitting them from the USA and Hungary. There we see it in the background of the Argentine mast shot. So that's what's going on.
So Argentina going off to the right-hand side of the race course. Now, perhaps, you know, it's hard for people to understand at home. We're saying, oh wait, the right-hand side, but wait, they're going left. I mean, why is the left the right and the right the left?
There are a lot of arguments about that. Some people say course right, to say when you're looking upwind, the right side is always over there, you know? Other people say my right, like right looking downwind or right looking upwind. So there's just a big mess there in the nomenclature. And here we actually say in the Canary Islands, when you're going offshore, that's going up. And when you're closer to shore, that's going down for some reason.
Oh, really?
Arriba y abajo. So
that's confusing.
every place has its own approach.
So I think probably what's the most important is that everybody on the boat knows, you know, sort of what's going on.
Yeah.
And especially as the tacticians, oh, look at that. Nice little pump right there.
Yeah.
And now, so what's the rule on pumping?
Well, that was a squash, and they basically would claim that they're keeping the mast from rolling. And no one's going to be called for trying to roll the boat on this 44-footer. And a squash is when you coordinate with your mates to push down on the windward side of the boat, and it really helps. But it's totally done without any issues.
Right. So every little thing that they can do in order to get a little bit of a push,
exactly,
a little bit more pressure in their sail.
It's a sign of a coordinated crew. And you see them come out, I saw them come out of a tack together, and they all agreed, okay, they waited for the boat to load up on the new tack and heel over, and then they all went together. Now, you know, a club racer would do that by just shifting their weight a little bit, just moving their bum outboard a little bit. Here it takes 5 people doing it together to have even a fraction of that. But that fraction of an effect is gold in this light air. Now here, where is everybody? They've all gone to the bow to lift out the stern with all of its wetted surface area and put the fine bow more in the water. They're in really light air. Poor Malaysia. I don't know how that happened to them, but you can see they're in a hole.
Yeah, Malaysia right there. So really interesting that you say every little thing that you can do is gold.
Yeah.
And I'd like to bounce back on that because one thing everybody must understand is all these boats are exactly the same.
Yep.
So yes, they're beautiful and they're great to watch, and we talk about the boats, etc. But what's really important to us right now is not so much the boats, is really the people that are on the boats, because this is an opportunity. The SSL Gold Cup Finals Series is going to show us who actually will be the world champion of the nations. If all the boats are exactly the same, then we no longer talk about budget. We no longer talk about boats. That's not of an importance here. What we're really concentrating on is who is sailing the boat and who knows how to make that boat go faster than everybody else. So that's the whole objective here, seeing all these teams. And that's also what allows, you know, emerging nations to be able to come out here and sail on these wonderful race boats, the SSL 47, and they don't need to have a giant budget to be able to come here, because all these boats here are owned by the SAF. So,
okay, Argentina has jibed in a hole. They're parked. They're not happy right now, believe me. They're doing everything they can do to get the boat rolling again.
Yeah, they tried, and oh, look at those waves. So you see those choppy conditions. All of a sudden, so the boat's nice and flat, and then all of a sudden, oh, it'll just go up and down. And so, yeah, difficult conditions out there. This is great. This is great for the battle. This is great for the racing. Remember, the conditions are the same for everybody, no matter if there's a boat parked in the middle or if the waves are choppy. It's the same thing for all the sailors that are out here. It's just seeing who can deal with it the best. So 560 meters until we get down now to the finishing line, as this is the last leg here. Argentina is our leader with the ever so small lead of only approximately 80 meters. Now that changes every time they go up and over a wave, but it's staying pretty constant as we see the teams right here getting down and low and staying aerodynamic.
Pressure's caving everywhere. Look at this. Lighter and lighter.
Lighter and lighter, yeah. Everybody is down onto the leeward side to making sure that boat gets a little bit of a heel. If it's too flat, it doesn't go as fast, or it has a harder time going through the waves. So it has a lot to do with how the boat is. Looks like the USA went off to the right-hand side. Now we have seen teams come back and do these big comebacks, as perhaps the USA right now is able to go into a high mode. So it'll be interesting. There's 400 meters back behind, but take a look right now as the USA comes back. Now let's see if that distance is going to be dropping with the leader right now. So it is dropping slowly, but 1 meter at a time. 337 meters left until we get to the finishing line. I don't think that's going to be nearly enough time for the USA to be able to come back and get in front of Argentina. Hungary is right there. Has a good lead. The Hungarian boat has a good lead over the American boat. So right now, it looks as though if it stays like this, the overall standings are looking like it's going to be Argentina, Hungary, USA, and then Malaysia. But we'll see. Anything could happen, as we saw some amazing comebacks already here in the previous races, in the previous rounds. There it is, our drone shot. That yellow buoy is one of the gates as we go past the gates and now on to the finishing line. And 185 meters as the boats are coming together. It looks like Argentina right now. Well, could the Hungarian boat jibe on top of Argentina and perhaps steal the lead?
It's too late. The wind, they're sailing downwind, but the apparent wind angle is quite far forward towards the bow. So already Argentina is breathing comfortably, knowing that if Hungary jibes here, Argentina has clean air. Argentina has won this race. And also they can cross the line apparently without jibing again. We'll see if that's true. That makes it even happier.
Yeah, as we sometimes, there it is. That is the finishing line between the boat and the bottom, and that mark, that checkered white and black mark right there. So looks like race number 1 is going to be a win for Argentina. There we are on board, Team Argentina, putting in those very, very important points. That is 4 points right there for Team Argentina, winning their first race here at the 8th of the finals of the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series, the Football World Cup, but in sailing. As we take a look now at our second place boat, the Hungarian team right there, perhaps not winning, but putting some very important points on the leaderboard. That's 3 points for them. As we see, so that's they can be happy with that. Perhaps it's not a win, but those 3 points are very, very important.
Great job by Hungary. Really good job. And Argentina, of course. This is a day when the most important single crew member on the boat is the tactician. Yeah, these are simple, slow races where you make 1 or 2 important decisions a leg, and you can live to regret them. There's no recovering from them. You can't go back and change your mind on a light air day like this.
And we saw Argentina having more of a drag race with the Hungarian boat there in the beginning, and then all of a sudden, really where they made the move was at that leeward gate, where they decided to go on the right-hand side of the race course, and from there they were able to really be able to get out in front. And then, of course, the little battle that we had at the last windward mark here with the American team, where we saw them leap out by the Hungarians and putting in 2 tacks. That really put a hurt on them.
Well, we saw at that gate, the U.S. was in the lead. They chose the right gate, looking downwind. The Argentina chose the left gate. So why? Did they do that because they preferred it, or simply to choose the other gate? Yeah, maybe we'll never know. So Argentina could have been bounced into winning that race by the Americans, or they could have preferred that size. As always, it's always information for a post-race interview.
Yeah, absolutely, could totally happen. We've seen teams that have had issues in not being able to put their spinnakers down, forced over to the left-hand side of the race course, and actually coming back to win. So perhaps it was. There goes Team USA right there. So that's the U.S. team just crossing the line right now. 2 minutes and 34 seconds after the Argentinian boat has gone through. And Malaysia with a tough start right there, and they never actually managed to recover from that. So there's the Malaysian boat. they've kept the same, more or less the same distance the whole way.
It's funny because in the pre-race lineup, Malaysia looked like they were the single fastest boat, and Argentina looked so uncomfortable that they actually bailed out of the lineup and worked on the boat. I don't know what they did, but they just stopped. And now we see Argentina winning, and Malaysia probably through lack of starting experience blowing the start and ending up a distant last. But they have the ingredients here to do well if they can get off the line.
Yeah, we've seen Malaysia very, very strong. Malaysia, we've seen them very strong, and then at other times rather weak. And so it's been sort of an up and down for them. That sometimes we really see them out in front and then look very dominant, and then other times all of a sudden we haven't. So we get all sorts of surprises from this team, and I must say today is a big surprise to see them not being able to get off the starting line like that. So they'll definitely be going back home and analyzing what happened. Very frustrating for them to have to just go all the way around the race course and never be able to come back. As you see now, 4 minutes and 30 seconds have gone past since the first boat has arrived. So they should be arriving at any moment now.
This isn't their fault. The wind is dying, so if you're behind, it's even more ugly. Look at how light the air is here. There is nothing. So
yeah, they're having to put in a jibe right now just to be able to get down. Just to be able to get down to the finishing line. So we'll see what happens as the day progresses here. And I have some information now. It seems as though Raquel has gone onto the boat with Argentina. Here we go, Raquel. We are listening.
Yes, here we are. Actually, we met halfway, so we're on the short team ribs. And I'm with Victoria Travasio. And, well, Victoria, you came, you sailed, you conquered. So how was the feeling on the first race?
It was really nice. So it was the first race we had with this team. Well, it was light winds, and we enjoyed it a lot, and we had fun. The team was quiet, and everything was really nice.
It was very quiet, unusual for a South American team. Very focused, and well, it was kind of open until the first downwind, and then it was, well, it was basically yours.
Yeah, it's always open, you know. We were leading from the first upwind, but yeah, just being in front, it was easier for us to cover. But yeah, it's always open, and more when it's so light and you don't know from where it's going to come the next wind. But yeah, we managed it.
Yeah, do you have some big boat experts on the boat? You actually come from the Olympic sailing. How different it is?
Yeah, it's completely different. It's so nice to sail with such a professional and good sailors. I'm so happy because I'm learning a lot, and yeah, they are teaching me everything, and they are so nice with me.
Yeah. So, what do you think you'll talk about in the debrief today before going back on the water tomorrow?
I don't know. It's just crossed the finish line. Yeah, but maybe a little bit about the roles, because everything was a bit difficult to understand, a bit for me, coming from the front in downwind and then going to the stern in the upwind. But yeah, I think we can talk about the roles and everything.
Well, so far so good. Well done, Victoria, and see you back on the water tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
And there you were. That was Victoria right there. Remember, Victoria was being interviewed as she was fifth at the Olympics in the 49er FX class. So definitely, yeah, she's going from a very nimble, fast boat to a bigger, nimble boat. But yeah, it's quite a change for her, as she's used to sailing with 2 people, and now she's sailing with 9. So that's what she was saying, probably with the whole who does what on the boat. So that is right there, the race results. You see right there, Argentina putting on 4 points onto the board. Hungary 3, United States 2, Malaysia 1. And we have 4 races that each one of these fleets will be doing. For the time being, what we're going to do is take a little bit of a break, and we are going to watch the race replay. So we'll see you very soon. Stick around. Race number 2 for fleet number 2. Race number 1 for fleet number 2 is just about to start.
For main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, that sugar sweet. You got what I need. Sipping on the potion, all that good emotion, just my kind of heat. Keep it on repeat. Destined by the motion, loving this devotion. Live it up, live it up, live it up, sweet emotion. Every time, every night, you and I on a roll. Switch it up, switch it up, switch it up where I'm going. Stay on the fly, just in time, know the right way to go. I'm on the road, it's my time, taking control of my life. I want to run the red lights, I've got to run this show. You always take See, I've been thinking a million things I want to say. Now I'm looking in your eyes, but I'm wandering to your lips. See, I'm trying to keep it cool while I'm hovering for the kiss. 'Cause I've been needing you like old-fashioned orange slice, sweet like daiquiri with strawberry crushed ice. Know you like a margarita with the hot spice. Love the taste of paradise. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting at the end of the night, thinking of you. Took your number from a friend, but I never called. I started writing a DM, didn't sleep at all. Not awake that night. And every time I go out, I'm looking around to see you there. Where are you? And my heart skips beating when your perfume's in the air. 'Cause I've been needing you like old-fashioned orange slice, sweet like daiquiri with strawberry crushed ice. Know you like a margarita with the hot spice. Love the taste of paradise. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting at the end of the night, thinking of you. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting at the end of the night, thinking of you. Thinking of you. Yeah, I'll be thinking of you. There's nothing else I can do. So I'll be thinking of you. 'Cause I've been needing you like old-fashioned orange slice, sweet like daiquiri with strawberry crushed ice. I know you like your margaritas with the hot spice, and love the taste of paradise. No, it's never been the right time. Like we're holding back the storyline. And I'm waiting.
music instrument has the most annoying sound to you?
The trump, la trompeta, boludo. Trumpet. Sí, the trumpet. How many kilograms does Facu lie about? Ooh, it depends, because if he is with Germán Panay, probably 6 or 7.
Lies a lot. No, not so much.
And if he is with us, probably 1 or 2.
What are your hobbies other than sailing? For me, playing golf and studying.
I like biking and running.
I like playing squash and hanging around with my family.
Oh, this is for your wife, eh? He's a good husband, eh? What has been your greatest success so far? The 6th place in Tokyo in the last games.
Coaching Santi in the Olympics, but also as a sailor myself, I've done many years with Azur and Super Series that we've been quite successful, and many other regattas.
I like the Melges 24 Worlds that we did this year that we finished third. I think it was very good regatta. We have to fight hard for that.
My name's Tom Slingsby and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have 2 wheels. One on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone, and here we are for race number 2 for fleet number 2, as I am joined here with Robert Hopkins. Robert, hello, how are you?
Great, looking forward to it.
Good. Yeah, we should see some exciting racing out there. We have some big teams that are here right now. So let's take a look at the match board. There it is. This is the 8th of the finals. So if you look approximately in the middle of your screen, the 8th of the finals. We just saw the USA, Argentina, Hungary, and Malaysia race together. Right now, we are about to get racing underway with fleet number 2, which is Poland, Brazil, Lithuania, and Tahiti. Later on today, we will be seeing the 2 other fleets racing. Here is the team comparison. So top left-hand side is Team Poland, the Sea Wolves, SSL ranked number 14, weighing in at 724 kilos. And the captain of that team right there is Mateusz Kuznierovic. And to the right of him is Team Brazil, the Brazilian Storm, SSL ranked at number 17, weighing in at 722 kilos. Captain of this team is number 10, Robert Scheidt. Bottom left-hand side of your screen, Team Lithuania, powered by Skandagra, SSL ranked number 37. The team weight is 718 kilos. Captain of the team, number 9, Rakas Milevicius. Bottom right-hand side, Team Tahiti, the Black Pearls. They are SSL ranked number 70th. Team weighing in at 720 kilos. The team captain is number 10, Teva Plichard. And now let's listen in to the team's national anthems. And those were the team national anthems right there. Let's go take a quick look at the team lineup right now and find out who is on the boat. We don't have much time before the start of the race. The captain of this team is Mr. Mateusz Kuznierovic, and he has 1 Olympic gold and 1 Olympic bronze medal, as well as 2 times world champion. Let's keep it rolling here. We'll go through down to Brazil now. And here is Brazil. So a lot of very, very good people on this. I don't have time to mention all of them, but let's real quickly start from the back here with Martine Grael. And she right there has 2 Olympic gold medals. And she was a 2 times world champion in the 49er class, so she's a 49 professional. And also Robert Scheidt at the helm right there. Very, very impressive sailor. He has been to the Olympics 7 times. He has 2 gold medals, 2 silver medals, and 1 bronze medal, as well as being world champion 12 times. So unbelievable sailors on that Brazilian boat right there. Here we are on Team Lithuania and the captain Rokas Milevicius right there. We also have a world champion, the trimmer Claudio, which has been has bronze medal in the world championship in the Plateau 25 class. Let's move it on here as we have Team Tahiti with at the helm and captain of the boat Teva Plichard, as well as many of the others on there are silver medalists from the world championships coming from match racing. So that's a match racing team. There it is. We were just talking about them. That man, Jan Rigal, right there, number 1. He's a match racing specialist. So we've seen Team Tahiti moving through the rounds since from the very, very beginning of this competition. So they've spent now probably along with Lithuania the most amount of times on these boats. So these 2 teams have come up all the way from the beginning. Here we are, 43 seconds before the start. So this is going to be a very difficult start. As you see, the pressure is still light, and we'll talk about that, Robert, afterwards. We were just analyzing what's happening, but now let's concentrate on this. 30 seconds till the start. Really important for these boats to start moving their boat and getting them under pressure. As we see right now, Brazil on the upper top hand side of your corner getting in some pressure. 15 seconds left to go, and it looks like Team Brazil right now is able to bear away and get some speed along with Team Tahiti. It looks like Lithuania and Poland are having a tough time getting the boat going. A little pump there as we see it for the Lithuanian boat. It is a start, and it looks like Brazil is the first one to cross. First one is to cross the starting line. A very, very difficult time right now for the teams. And it just looks like everybody's trying to take up as least amount of wind drag as possible. There you see the number 1 just laying down in the front. His job right now is done, so he'll be back in action as soon as we get up to the weather marks. No, he's not going to stay lying in front up there all the time. As we are on board, let's listen in to what they're saying. So it seems as though there's no conversation going on that boat, and that's also interesting for us because that just allows us to be able to see, as I do not speak Lithuanian, and neither do you, I believe, Robert. So yeah, it's a slow start right there. They really have to get these boats going, and you notice that what they were trying to do was block one another off on the start, so the boats weren't moving. Now they have to get those boats moving, and as you can see, the wave, the bubbles in the water right there, you can see that they're actually now finally getting those boats to move forward. And once they start moving forward, then we'll see them being able to keep cruising.
So we see Martina, the tactician, sort of standing, crouching there and looking for pressure and wondering if she could tack and cross. I don't think they possibly could. She's just being super alert. Scheid is working the jib and angle of the jib to the wind, just trying to keep the boat moving. The crew is all packed down there to leeward to give the boat an extra bit of angle of heel and keep the sails quiet.
Yeah, it's very interesting. If you look at the jib right there at the bottom of the jib, sometimes right now it's actually not touching the shrouds. And we see a lot of times on these boats that the jib will be right up against the shrouds. So it just really gives us a good idea of how they're trying to power up those sails.
Yeah. So Poland got squirted out the back. They tried to come in late with speed on the start and failed, because in very light air, we always underestimate the damage, the boats that are luffing on the line due to the wind. And so they just didn't find the pressure they needed to punch through and start with the fleet. So what they've done is bailed off to the right. That wasn't a choice. They had to do something drastic, and that was their call.
So we see a split right now with Poland going off to the right-hand side as we have a drag race on our hands right now with Brazil, Tahiti, and Lithuania. As we see light air conditions, now that the boats have started to move, we will be able to see them keep that movement going on the boats. Now let's find out. Let me see if I can have some information for you guys about the amount of wind. So apparently 5 knots out there, and the race course has been diminished to 0.75 nautical miles of distance at an angle of 160 degrees. So the wind is slightly turning left, and very interesting that we see that here as the official information gets to me. As Robert and I were talking earlier before we were getting onto the air, what we're seeing is actually the wind is coming offshore out at 90 degrees.
Right.
We are feeling that wind at 160. So what's happening, if you guys can picture this, is the wind is coming from the east, hitting the island, and then it's splitting around the island. So we're on the northern side of that island, which means that the angle that we are getting actually is not is that deflected wind. And right in the middle, as that wind gets deflected, there's a zone where there's no wind, right?
Yeah.
Sort of the fear is that zone may come closer and closer to us, even though there is wind all around us.
Right, it's a high island. The mountains act like an air dam. So it's almost as bad to be to windward of an island that's a high island as it is to be to leeward. So right now we're seeing the wind lensing around the island. So we have a bend in the wind and less of it than we'd like because of that factor.
So these winds right here that we're seeing out of the east, is this something that we normally see here in this island? I mean, you're a specialist here because you've been living here for 10 years, I think you told me. So, I mean, in 10 years, obviously, as a sailor,
Yeah.
you're watching it every day.
Yeah, it's been 20 years, so it's been a lot of seeing it. This is a variable season for us in November. We no longer have the reliable trade winds that we have in the summer months, and we're about to get more westerlies, the tail ends of cold fronts. So it's just a mess. It's a frank problem we have here. And this is an easterly coming off the Sahara Desert, and there's not much meat to it. But if you look at this tactically, Brazil's pretty happy here. They're stretching away. Lithuania is blocking Tahiti from doing anything. And they're just, biding their time there. Brazil has got 3 of the 4 boats under control. See Martina, the tactician, looking everywhere. She's even looking downwind because for all she knows, the wind could do a 150-degree lefty. So she's paying super close attention. Wide bandwidth right now.
Very interesting to be able to look right here at who's doing what. So a lot of times people think, oh, well, it's the driver of the boat, right? Which decides where to go. Well, no, it's not, actually. It's the tactician. And most of the time, the tactician generally will be standing behind the helmsman in order to be able to whisper things into his ears, and so they can have a discussion. But right now it looks like Martine has gone a little bit further forward, and perhaps that's also to help with the weight.
Yep, definitely.
So she doesn't need to stand. She could actually be anywhere she wants on that boat, and that's why you're seeing her looking all over the place, as opposed to the others, which will be each one doing their job. So one's trimming the jib, one's trimming the main, the other one's driving, and then a cruise in the front right there. Right now, number one, as you see right there, with his hat on backwards, well, he's waiting for his opportunity. And the opportunity for a number one to be able to jump into actions is really in the maneuvers. So it's these moments of where you have to stay calm and concentrated, and then all of a sudden you'll be springing into action and jumping sort of all over the place. Obviously not wanting to rock the boat all over the place and staying, jump over the place, but how shall we say, calmly, quietly.
Yep. There's Martina looking at the weather mark, thinking about are they on ley line or not. They're not,
I
because
saw Robert just checking it out.
Yeah,
she was pointing to.
He might have asked her to point to it, keep him orientated. Boy, it's light.
Very light. Very interesting also to see. You see how that boom is really almost a little bit windward.
Yep.
And so that tell us that they're really having a lot of twist in the main.
Exactly.
And that will be able to get the wind to escape. So one of the problems is when there's such light winds like this is that the wind is not actually getting out of the sails. And if it gets stuck in the sails, then the boat's not going to be going forward as fast. So right now we're seeing some very sort of twisted, loose sails. As we were talking earlier about the jib right there, you see how that jib is very, very loose. Oh, it's almost coming back every time
It's painful, eh? And if you have nothing better to do, you keep your weight low and your windage to zero. That's what those guys are doing there. They're not taking a nap. No way.
No, they're as low as they can in order to be as aerodynamic as possible, to put the weight in the front and to leeward, so they lift the back of the boat out, and is also helping a little bit to steer. So why? Because if you heel a lot, your boat has a tendency to want to go up towards windward. And so sometimes we'll see them moving on the boat in order to be able to relieve a little bit of pressure on that rudder. Now, it all depends on how they've set their sails up and everything, but very interesting to see the main sheet track right there all the way up on the left-hand side. So that track is where that green rope is over there, and those in front of that left-hand steering wheel. So they can move that left and right, and that'll make a difference in then how they set the mainsail.
Yeah, most club sailors would never pull the boom above center line because they just think instinctively they're putting on the brakes. But on a boat like this, the first meter or two up the sail is to windward, but the rest of the sail is a lot happier because of the boom being to windward. It's giving the twist that you were describing, and twist is super important. Now you see Poland in the distant deep left. Remember, she tacked away just looking for something over there and lost about 150 meters. I think she dropped from 400 to 550 doing that. So that's why none of these other three boats are tacking. It doesn't look good to go right. Everybody's going left to lay. Ooh, I almost imagined Brazil tacking there, but I think I was spooked by them just wobbling around a wave.
You see a lot of concentration right now on these boats. This is probably just as hard, if not harder, than sailing with some good breeze, because in terms of the slightest little mistake and it'll stop your boat from going forward.
Mm-hmm.
But Brazil managing to get a very good start and being now able to keep that lead. It looks as though they are able to sail faster and higher than everybody else. Now remember, on this boat we have, let's listen in.
They're deciding should they tack shy of ley line, and that would require another tack to get around the mark, or go all the way to ley. The argument for going all the way is that the left seems to be favored. They're leading the fleet to the left and stretching away. And a tack is very expensive. Here we're going to see one. Oh, what are they doing? What are they up to here? That was a squash.
Squash, as you were saying.
Look at that squash, and also getting ready to assume their positions for the maneuver. Watch everybody move to the starboard side and roll the boat as hard as they can. They stay there, pinned to the leeward side. I mean, all those people moving.
Difficult to move that jib correctly because the boat doesn't tack so fast, right? So you kind of want to back the jib a little bit to help it tack, but then you want to bring it to the other side really quickly, but not too quickly because the boat hasn't yet finished its tack. So difficult moments right here, and we'll just take this advantage right now as we are on the Brazilian boat and listening in to what they say in Brazil. So hello to everybody in Brazil. Thanks for watching and joining us today, and here are some of your superstars. So let's listen in to what they're saying here. Seems to me that what they're saying right there, even though I don't speak Portuguese, you just look at the language, we all sort of say the same thing when we're on the boats, is they're probably talking a little bit about how they're setting the sails and how what Robert is feeling back there on the helm. And he's talking to his guys, letting them know what he's feeling. And so then they can adjust the sails according to what's going on. Here we see Team Tahiti, which is still on a starboard tack. They have not tacked yet. It's difficult position for them right now as they've had to bear away. As you see the Lithuanian boat, which is behind them, and so it's sort of blocking them. If they were to tack, they would be a port side boat, and they would not have the right of way over Lithuania. They would then be penalized with a 360, and you can imagine how detrimental that would be for the Tahitian boat, as it's already difficult enough to keep the boats going in a straight line. So doing a 360 that would be the end of their race. So they are stuck. The Tahitians are stuck having to go left. And we'll see whether they take the chance on tacking on top of Lithuania, or if they wait for Lithuania to tack first. We'll see what happens. Brazil right now out in front with a big lead right now, 300 meters for Brazil. So Brazil obviously having the right setup in their sails. Remember, Robert, he's of course he's been sailing a lot on lasers, but he also sails a lot on the starboat, and the starboat is a very, very technical boat where you can do a lot of adjustments on the mast. Now here he's not able to adjust the mast because that's part of the rules. You can't touch the standing rigging, only the running rigging, and yeah. So it's but he's managed to somehow find a way to get out in there in front, and there's no doubt for why he's out in front. Seeing all of his racing that he's done.
Yeah, I think that the Brazilians had all their trophies on that boat, on that entire crew of 9, the boat would sink. It's an incredible all-star team. It's interesting how shy of ley line they are. You can see the ley line, which is the perfect entrance, is up above their track, their yellow track. Well, I guess only I can see that. I'm looking at a computer. There we go. Thank you. Just learning how to do this. So here comes Tahiti to where they'd like to tack. But they, even though they're well ahead of Lithuania, it would be scary crossing Lithuania. That's a judgment call, not an easy call.
Brazil managed to get that lead by staying on top of those 2 boats and really slowing them down.
Yeah. Now what Brazil can do later is once those 2 have picked their ley line and tacked to port, she can come out and tack on their face and punish them for the rest of the way in.
Oh, here goes the tack for Tahiti. Right now, this is a very, very decisive moment for Team Tahiti. Now they have 2 options here. Either they succeeded to have enough speed and they will be able to pass in front of the other boat, or they will have to duck behind.
There is no wind. Mamma mia. Golly. This is agony.
This is a snail's race right here.
Yeah.
But look at that. Brazil out in front. Brazil able to keep that lead. They now have 360 some odd meter lead. So Brazil finding some pressure, able to move forward. Interesting to see how they've set up their jib.
I'm guessing that Lithuania tacked under Tahiti. We're not going to see a boat-on-boat between those 2. So those 3 boats are probably all on port.
Okay, very interesting right here as we see the Brazilians right there doing something with a spinnaker sheet. So that right there was a spinnaker sheet that we saw them moving forward. So perhaps we'll see what the maneuver is on the Brazilian boat. Oh, there goes the mark. What is going on here? Oh, there we go. Okay. So that flag right there means that they are canceling this race. So this just means that the race committee has decided that there was not enough wind, and so therefore that is that checkered flag right there, which tells everybody that okay, we stop racing for this race right now. So perhaps you see the guys from the short team right there, letting everybody know that this race has been canceled, and there is Brazil coming back. So that was the horn that we were hearing right there. So looks like this race number 2 right here has, for the time being, they have stopped this race. So perhaps now we'll find out what's going on. Are we going to have to wait a little bit longer as we see perhaps the wind shifting further and further up towards the north? You were saying, Robert, and you know, we'll see what happens. It's difficult. This is part of race boat sailing right here, and we saw those conditions were very light and, as you said, painful. So here we are back. Robert, we weren't expecting to be back in front of the camera so quickly. Anyways,
it's always bad news when you see the announcers in a sailboat race. But Brazil made a great statement there. They won the start, stretched, chose their time to tack, were totally controlling. And the other one I was really impressed with was Tahiti. So they did a great job too. Poland blew it on the start. Almost as bad as Malaysia, frankly. You know, when you're behind in light air, in the bad air of other boats at the start, it's really ugly. So that Poland is very, very happy that this race got abandoned.
Yeah. So I've just gotten a little bit of news in my headset. So this fleet will stay out on the water.
Okay.
So what we're going to do right now is, well, the boats need to come back towards the starting area. If the starting area stays in the same zone, now perhaps that they decide to change the race area, because they could do that. They could just pick up all the buoys and tow the boats and go somewhere else where there's more wind. Perhaps we'll see that. In any case, this is going to, you know, keep us. We're going to have to wait a little bit, but what perhaps we can do right now is give you the opportunity to go back out on the water and speak with Raquel. Raquel, can you hear me? There she is.
I can, loud and clear. Oh boy, what a day. I wouldn't want to be a tactician on a boat today. It was hard, it was patchy, it was light. The Brazilians were amazing from start to finish, or, well, the partial finish of the race. But, I mean, being out here, it's really sad and painful because the water is still, I mean, we got the waves, but there's no, how do you call it? There's no lines on the water. So it's like a mirror almost. What I saw, and I think they were waiting to tack everybody because the waves are much better taken on port side. So I think they were waiting to tack because then once on starboard, yes, once on starboard, the waves would be much worse. So what Brazil did here, sorry, actually, on port, this is wrong. So when Brazil tacked, they were actually having the waves on the worst side because it was actually pushing them down. But, I mean, there is when the race committee actually called the race off. But yes, when the wind is so light, the waves do matter a lot, much more. And we've seen that. So, I mean, let's hope for better wind. If I look up or down, actually, because it's coming more from the south quarter, it looks like there might be some wind filling in, but it looked like there was some before. So who knows what the wind is going to be.
Hi, Raquel. It's Robert. Well, we just saw a drone while you were talking, and the big view from the drone would tempt me to take the course closer to the harbor. I think this zone of calm is growing like a cancer where the fleet is now, and closer to the harbor there's a slightly better chance of finding pressure.
Yes, I don't see the committee boat at the moment moving. They're still in the same position as they were before. So I think the wind is actually better if you look at southeast. So it kind of decreases when you get closer to shore.
Yep.
And especially if you go north, it looks less windy than what it actually looks like out there on southeast from here. Huh?
Great. Well, I stand corrected. You're on the water and can see, and you're the sailor on the water. It's interesting.
Yeah, Raquel, you know, we were just looking here on the computers and we were getting information about what the wind conditions were like over at the airport, which is a little bit further south to you. And
Souther.
Yeah, a little bit more southern. And we saw that they didn't have any wind earlier this morning. They're now getting wind again. So, Raquel, that's very interesting, and I want to thank you very much for being out there and having a those eyes out on the water. Of course, here we're seeing what you're seeing, and we're just looking at some of the weather forecasts and predictions that are going on. So we are trying to figure things out here in the studio live as it's going down right now. So it's very difficult for us to be able to tell you exactly what's going on. What I can assure you of, though, is this: race committee and everybody is out on the water, and they will do everything they can in order to continue racing today. We have only seen one fleet racing so far. We expect 3 more fleets, or rather, this was fleet number 2. So this fleet will restart, and then we will have the 2 fleets coming up next. So this could be a long day out on the water for Rachele. For you guys, thank you for your patience. We will unfortunately have to take another little bit of a break. Stick with us. As soon as we can, we will be back on the water, and we will be back racing along here with Robert Hopkins. We'll be here waiting for the action to continue. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
What do you need to improve before the next race?
That's a big list. How long do we have time? Yeah, it was a tough one, the first one. We had some fuck-ups, but we are learning out of it, and there are definitely some things to improve, I would say.
The speed was actually good, and we made okay out of the start. Just had some 2 boat handling issues.
Which never happened before?
But it was our first sailing day here, so I hope we can get into it, and we will fight. What is the strongest side of your team?
I think one of the stronger sides is that we know each other for many, many years. Austria is a small country, so everybody knows everyone. We are like a family, so I think this is one of our stronger sides, I would say.
Agree, yeah.
Where is the end of the world? There are many corners in Austria on some top of the mountains. I think actually he's staying in the end of the world.
From the Vienna side.
The good thing is we're 2 against 1. So yeah.
The west side of Austria.
Ciao! Bye.
My name is Facundo. My position in the boat is the grinder. So as a grinder, you are using the coffee, which is basically the engine for the sails, because as we know, the sails for this boat are very, very heavy and really big, and with all the power of the wind, it is really hard to change them and to adjust them. So you are working together with the trimmers to adjust and release the sails with this beauty here.
So my name is Nelson Metro and I'm grinder on board Team Switzerland. For this role you have to be heavy and as strong as you can. So there is really big guys on the different teams.
My name is Jens Möller. I'm the grinder here on SSL Team Sweden. Of course, you need to have the muscles when you're grinding, but I think you need to know what's happened when you're taking care of the pillow stall to get the sails in, so you don't smash things, and get the right power and the right trim call, and see what's happening on the course, and be ready every time.
So it's pretty basic how it works. It has a couple of bearings under the floor of the boat, and it's connected with these two winches to manage the front sails. Basically by pressing in these two buttons, it's connected with starboard winch. Then the same happens with the port winch, and the beauty about this is that it can also be connected to the main sail. During the race, you have to be very aware of what's happening to help pull the sails, because the sails are so heavy.
Which movie would you want it to be if your life was a movie? Smurfs? They seem to have a lot of fun.
Mamma Mia seemed like a lot of fun to make. Could get a bit over the top with the musical though, all the time.
Who do you see as a hero in this world and why?
I think Usain Bolt's probably up there.
Yeah.
He had a lot of fun, enjoyed his time, entertained the entire world, and became the fastest man on the planet. He performed everything that sport should be.
Who is your all-time celebrity crush, Ian?
I'm not really into that sort of thing. You go for that.
Got to be Margot Robbie or someone like that.
Oh, Margot Robbie's probably a good shout.
Yeah.
You wanna?
I stopped watching Neighbours well before she was in it.
Ooh, that's you again.
You again?
Yeah, it's your favourite song. Your favourite song. No, we're not singers.
We're not singers. I think we need Ivan for that.
Yeah.
We'll get him in next.
What is the difference between a bow and a grinder? Well, the bow is the front of the boat, and a grinder is a guy or a girl that trims the sails using the pedestal.
And the bow is the smartest guy.
Yeah, I would say.
Compared to a grinder.
Grinder is mostly like meat and muscle, and the bow is lean, mean machine. Like.
Yeah, it's all about, in the grinder it's all about eating.
Fitness.
Okay, yeah, more eating. What's the most famous flower in the Netherlands? Do you like it?
Tulip, of course.
Yeah, and I really like tulips. I always have tulips in my house.
Do you give your girlfriend tulips?
Always.
Always
tulips?
Yeah. Romantic man, aren't you? Eh?
Yeah, no, I like tulips. I always buy tulips.
Yeah, my name is Will Ryan and I'm a trimmer for the Australian team here in the SSL. So being a trimmer on a boat where there's 11 people or 10 people, it's a big responsibility because there's only two of us that really have a direct influence on the shape of the sails to make the boat go fast.
My name is Kaina Kunze and I'm the second trimmer. What I do on the boat is like most help first trimmer to leave the sails on the right position.
My name is Tomás Dietrich. I am the upwind trimmer for the Argentinian team in the Star Sailors League Gold Cup. We have 3 different types of jibs depending on how much wind we are sailing with. We have one jib that we use until we have 12 knots, then another one from 13 to 16, and then we use another one from 17 plus. I think the most important skill is that you need to be very in sync with the wind and with the mode that your tactician is requiring.
So when the wind changes, as a trimmer, we always need to be adapting, and if we can do that in advance rather than responding afterwards, that's what gives us the advantage to make us a good trimmer versus a bad trimmer. Part of my role on the boat is being the trimmer is using these winches. So we have a jib sheet or a spinnaker sheet which uses, the jib sheet comes from this and goes around the winch. The spinnaker sheet is led from the back and around this leeward winch. And we get the grinder to give us some extra power by turning these winches. And we have an extra person to tail or cut in each of the different maneuvers. So that synergy and working together to get the power and the right timing of pulling those sails on really helps to get either the best spinnaker hoist, the best jibe, the best tack, the best acceleration, and the best high performance out of the boat in all the different environments.
A meal to eat after a great day sailing? Pasta. Who has the easiest job on the boat? Helm, I think. Physically, definitely helming. Show us what you usually do on the boat. Helming. I've sailed single-handed dinghy most of my life, from Optimist to Europe and to laser radio, which is now ILCA 6 class. Now I'm learning foiling on a Wasp, so the majority of time I'm sailing myself. If I'm switching to a big boat or a keel boat, sailing with a group of people, probably one thing I'm most good at is helming.
Hello, my name is Martina Graal. I'm from Team Brazil. I do main strategy and floater, so I just basically help everywhere that is in need.
I think as a floater it's very important to be versatile, flexible, be ready to shoot in whenever you can.
Well, on the pre-start I'm in charge of telling the time every 30 seconds, 20 seconds or 10 seconds, and after 30 seconds it's every second.
I don't do much, I just go straight for the hike, but all the other maneuvers and helping with the pole out and tack in. Downwind, helping to pass the spinnaker on the jibe. On the downwind maneuver, also helping the spinnaker in.
I pass this line that it's kite halyard and I pass it to the jib trimmer to put it on the winch.
If I compare being a floater to real life, I would say that it comes close to being a best friend. You always try to help everyone and keep the far goal in mind, and that doesn't always mean putting yourself first, but yeah, being a good person.
Who is the best young sailor? I must say Marco Gradoni at the moment, 3 times Optimist World Champion, an Italian, and now he's moved to the mix for 70, and I think he has a great, promising future. How long have you been sailing? Describe how you have started. I have been sailing basically all my life since I was 5 years old. I started sailing with my dad on a cabin boat in the lake of São Paulo, in Guarapiranga Lake. And he was the one who brought me to the club and taught me how to sail in the first few times. And from then on, I moved to the Optimist when I was 9. What is the best and the worst thing of being a sailor? Well, I think the best thing is that it's never boring. Every day you have a different condition, you're sailing in a different spot against different opponents. There are so many different boats that you can sail, so it's never boring and you're in touch with the nature. So that's very positive.
My name is Luke Patience from Great Britain. My position on the boat is the mainsail trimmer. So I trim the big sail. I'm the small guy trimming the big sail on the boat. So my main role on the boat is to keep control of our biggest sail. And so it's with a lot of help from the crew though. I don't do it alone. You know, we have a big powerhouse in the boat, Phil, and he does all the hard work for me. I'm just holding a bit of rope that controls how much the sail goes in and out.
I'm Kyle Langford. I'm the mainsail trimmer on Team Australia. My role is being in charge of the performance of the boat. So it's my role to make sure we're always sailing at the optimum speed and the optimum angle to the wind.
I can control how much the boat is leaning over. And if we're leaning over too much, I can ease it and try and keep the boat in control. Opposite, if we need more power, I can pull it in and power the boat up again.
I'm Kilian Wagen and I'm mainsail trimmer for Team Switzerland. Here we have the main sheet, which is the rope to control the main. This one is going into a winch because it's very, very hard to trim it. So we go around the winch and then we can trim it like this, and it's easier to trim the sail because it's big sail, so it's big power.
No, as the mainsail trimmer, I'm not the main sailor. I'm just trimming the main sail because it's up all the time.
The sail is called the mainsail just because it's the biggest one, but no sail is more important than another. You wouldn't take one aeroplane wing off and say the left one's better, you know, so it's the same thing with sails. You need everything for the boat to work.
Ooh, that's you again.
You again?
Yeah, it's your favorite song. Your favorite song. No, we're not singers.
We're not singers.
I think we need Ivan for that. Yeah, we'll get him in next.
What is the difference between a bow and a grinder? Well, the bow is the front of the boat, and a grinder is a guy or a girl that trims the sails using the pedestal.
And the bow is the smartest guy.
Yeah, I would say.
Compared to a grinder.
Grinder is mostly like meat and muscle, and the bow is lean, mean machine.
Yeah, it's all about, in the grinder, it's all about eating.
Fitness.
Okay, yeah, more eating.
What's the most famous flower in the Netherlands? Do you like it?
Tulip, of course.
Yeah, and I really like tulips. I always have tulips in my house. Do you give your girlfriend tulips? Always.
Always
tulips? Yeah. Romantic man, aren't you? Eh? Yeah. No, I like tulips. I always buy tulips.
music instrument has the most annoying sign to you?
The trump, la trompeta, boludo. Trumpet. Sí, the trumpet. How many kilograms does Facu lie about? It depends, because if he is with Germán Panay, probably 6 or 7.
Lies a lot. No, not so much.
And if he is with us, probably 1 or 2.
What are your hobbies other than sailing? For me, playing golf and studying.
I like biking and running.
I like playing squash and hanging around with my family.
Oh, this is for your wife, eh? He's a good husband, eh? What has been your greatest success so far? The 6th place in Tokyo in the last games.
Coaching Santi in the Olympics, but also as a sailor myself. I've done many years with Azur and Super Series that we've been quite successful, and many other regattas.
I like the Melges 24 Worlds that we did this year, that we finished 3rd. I think it was very good regatta. We have to fight hard for that.
My name's Tom Slingsby and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have 2 wheels. 1 on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
What do you need to improve before the next race?
That's a big list. How long do we have time? Yeah, it was a tough one, the first one. We had some fuck-ups. but we are learning out of it, and there are definitely some things to improve, I would say.
The speed was actually good and we made it okay out of the start. Just had some two boat handling issues.
Which never happened before.
But it was our first sailing day here, so I hope we can get into it and we will fight. What is the strongest side of your team?
I think one of the stronger sides is that we know each other for many, many years. Austria is a small country, so everybody knows everyone. We are like a family, so I think this is one of our strongest sides, I would say.
Agreed, yeah.
Where is the end of the world? There are many corners in Austria on some top of the mountains. I think actually he's staying in the end of the world.
From the Vienna side. The good thing is we're 2 against 1. So yeah.
The west side of Austria.
Ciao. Bye.
My name is Facundo. My position in the boat is the grinder. So as a grinder, you are using the coffee, which is basically the engine for the sails, because as we know, the sails for this boat are very, very heavy and really big, and with all the power of the wind, it is really hard to change them and to adjust them. So you are working together with the trimmers to adjust and release the sails with this beauty here.
So my name is Nelson Metro and I'm grinder on board Team Switzerland. For this role you have to be heavy and as strong as you can. So there is really big guys on the different teams.
My name is Jens Möller. I'm the grinder here on SSL Team Sweden. Of course you need to have the muscles when you're grinding, but I think you need to know what's happened when you're taking care of the pillow stall to get the sails in, so you don't smash things, and get the right power and the right trim call, and see what's happening on the course, and be ready every time.
So it's pretty basic how it works. It has a couple of bearings under the floor of the boat, and it's connected with these two winches to manage the front sails. Basically by pressing in these two buttons, it's connected with starboard winch. Then the same happens with the port winch, and the beauty about this is that it can also be connected to the main sail. During the race, you have to be very aware of what's happening to help pull the sails, because the sails are so heavy.
Which movie would you want it to be if your life was a movie? Smurfs? They seem to have a lot of fun.
Mamma Mia seemed like a lot of fun to make.
could get a bit over the top with the musical all the time.
Who do you see as a hero in this world and why?
I think Usain Bolt's probably up there.
Yeah.
He had a lot of fun, enjoyed his time, entertained the entire world, and became the fastest man on the planet. He performed everything that sport should be.
Who is your all-time celebrity crush, Ian?
I'm not really into that sort of thing. You go for it.
Got to be Margot Robbie or someone like that.
Oh, Margot Robbie's probably a good shout.
Yeah.
You want to...
I stopped watching Neighbours well before she was in it.
Yeah, my name is Will Ryan and I'm a trimmer for the Australian team here in the SSL. So being a trimmer on a boat where there's 11 people or 10 people, it's a big responsibility because there's only 2 of us that really have a direct influence on the shape of the sails to make the boat go fast.
My name is Kaina Kunze and I'm the second trimmer. What I do on the boat is like most help first trimmer to leave the sails on the right position.
My name is Tomás Dietrich. I am the upwind trimmer for the Argentinian team in the SSL Gold Cup. We have 3 different types of jibs depending on how much wind we are sailing with. We have one jib that we use until we have 12 knots, then another one from 13 to 16, and then we use another one from 17 plus. I think the most important skill is that you need to be very in sync with the wind and with the mode that your tactician is requiring.
So when the wind changes, as a trimmer, we always need to be adapting, and if we can do that in advance rather than responding afterwards, that's what gives us the advantage to make us a good trimmer versus a bad trimmer. Part of my role on the boat is being the trimmer is using these winches. So we have a jib sheet or a spinnaker sheet which uses, the jib sheet comes from this and goes around the winch. The spinnaker sheet is led from the back and around this leeward winch. And we get the grinder to give us some extra power by turning these winches. And we have an extra person to tail or cut in each of the different maneuvers. So that synergy and working together to get the power and the right timing of pulling those sails on really helps to get either the best spinnaker hoist, the best jibe, the best tack, the best acceleration and the best high performance out of the boat in all the different environments.
A meal to eat after a great day sailing? Pasta. Who has the easiest job on the boat? Helm, I think. Physically, definitely helming. Show us what you usually do on the boat. Helming. I've sailed single-handed dinghy most of my life, from Optimist to Europe and to laser radio, which is now Ilka 6 class. Now I'm learning foiling on a Wasp, so the majority of time I'm sailing myself. If I'm switching to a big boat or a keel boat, sailing with a group of people, probably one thing I'm most good at is helming.
Hello, my name is Martina Graal. I'm from Team Brazil. I do main strategy and floater, so I just basically help everywhere that it's in need.
I think as a floater it's very important to be versatile, flexible, be ready to shoot in whenever you can.
Well, on the pre-start I'm in charge of telling the time every 30 seconds, 20 seconds or 10 seconds, and after 30 seconds it's every second.
I don't do much, I just go straight for the hike, but all the other maneuvers and helping with the pole out and tack in. Downwind, helping to pass the spinnaker on the jibe. On the downwind maneuver, also helping the spinnaker in.
I pass this line that it's kite halyard and I pass it to the jib trimmer to put it on the winch.
If I compare being a floater to real life, I would say that it comes close to being a best friend. You always try to help everyone and keep the far goal in mind, and that doesn't always mean putting yourself first, but yeah, being a good person.
Who is the best young sailor? I must say Marco Gradoni at the moment, 3 times Optimist World Champion, an Italian, and now he's moved to the mix 470, and I think he has a great, promising future. How long have you been sailing? Describe how you have started. I have been sailing basically all my life since I was 5 years old. I started sailing with my dad on a cabin boat in the lake of São Paulo, in Guarapiranga Lake. And he was the one who brought me to the club and taught me how to sail in the first few times. And from then on, I moved to the Optimist when I was 9. What is the best and the worst thing of being a sailor? Well, I think the best thing is that it's never boring. Every day you have a different condition, you're sailing in a different spot against different opponents. There are so many different boats that you can sail, so it's never boring and you're in touch with the nature. So that's very positive.
My name is Luke Patience from Great Britain. My position on the boat is the mainsail trimmer. So I trim the big sail. I'm the small guy trimming the big sail on the boat. So my main role on the boat is to keep control of our biggest sail. And so it's with a lot of help from the crew though. I don't do it alone. You know, we have a big powerhouse in the boat, Phil, and he does all the hard work for me. I'm just holding a bit of rope that controls how much the sail goes in and out.
I'm Kyle Langford. I'm the mainsail trimmer on Team Australia. My role is being in charge of the performance of the boat. So it's my role to make sure we're always sailing at the optimum speed and the optimum angle to the wind.
I can control how much the boat is leaning over. And if we're leaning over too much, I can ease it and try and keep the boat in control. Opposite, if we need more power, I can pull it in and power the boat up again.
I'm Kilian Wagen and I'm mainsail trimmer for Team Switzerland. Here we have the main sheet, which is the rope to control the main. This one is going into a winch because it's very, very hard to trim it. So we go around the winch and then we can trim it like this, and it's easier to trim the sail because it's big sail, so it's big power.
No, as the mainsail trimmer, I'm not the main sailor. I'm just trimming the main sail because it's up all the time.
The sail is called the mainsail just because it's the biggest one, but no sail is more important than another. You wouldn't take one aeroplane wing off and say the left one's better, you know, so it's the same thing with sails. You need everything for the boat to work.
Ooh, that's you again. You again? Yeah, it's your favorite song. Your favorite song. No, we're not singers. We're not singers.
I think we need Ivan for that.
Yeah. We'll get him in next.
What is the difference between a bow and a grinder? Well, the bow is the front of the boat, and a grinder is a guy or a girl that trims the sails using the pedestal.
And the bow is the smartest guy.
Yeah, I would say.
Compared to a grinder.
Grinder is mostly like meat and muscle, and the bow is lean, mean machine. Like.
Yeah, it's all about, in the grind, it's all about eating.
Fitness.
Okay. Yeah, more eating. What's the most famous flower in the Netherlands? Do you like it?
Tulip, of course.
Yeah, and I really like tulips. I always have tulips in my house. Do you get your girlfriend tulips?
Always.
Yeah.
Always tulips? Yeah.
Romantic man, aren't you? Eh?
Yeah. No, I like tulips. I always buy tulips.
music instrument has the most annoying sound to you?
The trump, la trompeta, boludo. Trumpet. Sí, the trumpet. How many kilograms does Facu lie about? It depends, because if he is with Germán Panay, probably 6 or 7.
Lies a lot. No, not so much.
And if he is with us, probably 1 or 2.
What are your hobbies other than sailing? For me, playing golf and studying.
I like biking and running.
I like playing squash and hanging around with my family. Oh, this is for your wife, eh? He's a good husband. What has been your greatest success so far? The 6th place in Tokyo in the last games. Coaching Santi in the Olympics, but also as a sailor myself. I've done many years with Azur and Super Series that we've been quite successful, and many other regattas.
I like the Melges 24 Worlds that we did this year, that we finished 3rd. I think it was very good regatta. We have to fight hard for that.
My name's Tom Slingsby, and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil, and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have 2 wheels. 1 on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
What do you need to improve before the next race?
That's a big list. How long do we have time? Yeah, it was a tough one, the first one. We had some fuck-ups, but we are learning out of it, and there are definitely some things to improve, I would say.
The speed was actually good and we made okay out of the start. Just had some two boat handling issues.
Which never happened before?
But it was our first sailing day here, so I hope we can get into it and we will fight. What is the strongest side of your team?
I think one of the stronger sides is that we know each other for many, many years. Austria is a small country, so everybody knows everyone. We are like a family, so I think this is one of our strongest sides, I would say.
Agree,
yeah. Where is the end of the world? There are many corners in Austria on some top of the mountains. I think actually he's staying in the end of the world.
From the Vienna side.
The good thing is we're 2 against 1. So yeah.
The west side of Austria.
Ciao! Bye.
My name is Facundo. My position in the boat is the grinder. So as a grinder, you are using the coffee, which is basically the engine for the sails, because as we know, the sails for this boat are very, very heavy and really big, and with all the power of the wind, it is really hard to change them and to adjust them. So you are working together with the trimmers to adjust and release the sails with this beauty here.
So my name is Nelson Metro and I'm grinder on board Team Switzerland. For this role you have to be heavy and as strong as you can, so there is really big guys on the different teams.
My name is Jens Möller. I'm the grinder here on SSL Team Sweden. Of course you need to have the muscles when you're grinding, but I think you need to know what's happened when you're taking care of the pillow stall to get the sails in, so you don't smash things, and get the right power and the right trim call, and see what's happening on the course, and be ready every time.
So it's pretty basic how it works. It has a couple of bearings under the floor of the boat, and it's connected with these two winches to manage the front sails. Basically by pressing in these two buttons, it's connected with starboard winch. Then the same happens with the port winch, and the beauty about this is that it can also be connected to the main sail. During the race, you have to be very aware of what's happening to help pull the sails, because the sails are so heavy.
Which movie would you want it to be if your life was a movie? Smurfs? They seem to have a lot of fun.
Mamma Mia seemed like a lot of fun to make. Could get a bit over the top with the musical though, all the time.
Who do you see as a hero in this world and why?
I think Usain Bolt's probably up there.
Yeah.
He had a lot of fun, enjoyed his time, entertained the entire world, and became the fastest man on the planet. He performed everything that sport should be.
Who is your all-time celebrity crush, Ian?
I'm not really into that sort of thing. You go for that.
Got to be Margot Robbie or someone like that.
Oh, Margot
actually.
Robbie's probably a good shout.
Yeah.
You want to...
I stopped watching Neighbours well before she was in it.
Yeah, my name is Will Ryan and I'm a trimmer for the Australian team here in the SSL. So being a trimmer on a boat where there's 11 people or 10 people, it's a big responsibility because there's only 2 of us that really have a direct influence on the shape of the sails to make the boat go fast.
My name is Kaina Kunze and I'm the second trimmer. What I do on the boat is like most help first trimmer to leave the sails on the right position.
My name is Tomás Dietrich. I am the upwind trimmer for the Argentinian team in the SSL Gold Cup. We have 3 different types of jibs depending on how much wind we are sailing with. We have one jib that we use until we have 12 knots, then another one from 13 to 16, and then we use another one from 17 plus. I think the most important skill is that you need to be very in sync with the wind and with the mode that your tactician is requiring.
So when the wind changes, as a trimmer, we always need to be adapting, and if we can do that in advance rather than responding afterwards, that's what gives us the advantage to make us a good trimmer versus a bad trimmer. Part of my role on the boat is being the trimmer is using these winches. So we have a jib sheet or a spinnaker sheet which uses, the jib sheet comes from this and goes around the winch. The spinnaker sheet is led from the back and around this leeward winch. And we get the grinder to give us some extra power by turning these winches. And we have an extra person to tail or cut in each of the different maneuvers. So that synergy and working together to get the power and the right timing of pulling those sails on really helps to get either the best spinnaker hoist, the best jibe, the best tack, the best acceleration and the best high performance out of the boat in all the different environments.
A meal to eat after a great day sailing? Pasta. Who has the easiest job on the boat? Helm, I think. Physically, definitely helming. Show us what you usually do on the boat. Helming. I've sailed single-handed dinghy most of my life, from Optimist to Europe and to laser radio, which is now ILCA 6 class. Now I'm learning foiling on a Wasp, so the majority of time I'm sailing myself. If I'm switching to a big boat or a keelboat, sailing with a group of people, probably one thing I'm most good at is helming.
Hello, my name is Martina Graal. I'm from Team Brazil. I do main strategy and floaters, so I just basically help everywhere that it's in need.
I think as a floater it's very important to be versatile, flexible, be ready to shoot in whenever you can.
Well, on the pre-start I'm in charge of telling the time every 30 seconds, 20 seconds or 10 seconds, and after 30 seconds it's every second.
I don't do much, I just go straight for the hike, but all the other maneuvers and helping with the pole out and tack in. Downwind, helping to pass the spinnaker on the jibe. On the downwind maneuver, also helping the spinnaker in.
I pass this line that it's kite halyard, and I pass it to the jib trimmer to put it on the winch.
If I compare being a floater to real life, I would say that it comes close to being a best friend. You always try to help everyone and keep the far goal in mind, and that doesn't always mean putting yourself first, but yeah, being a good person.
Who is the best young sailor? I must say Marco Gradoni at the moment, 3 times Optimist World Champion, an Italian. And now he's moved to the mix for 70, and I think he has a great, promising future. How long have you been sailing? Describe how you have started. I have been sailing basically all my life since I was 5 years old. I started sailing with my dad on a cabin boat in the lake of São Paulo, in Guarapiranga Lake. And he was the one who brought me to the club and taught me how to sail in the first few times. And from then on, I moved to the Optimist when I was 9. What is the best and the worst thing of being a sailor? Well, I think the best thing is that it's never boring. Every day you have a different condition, you're sailing in a different spot against different opponents. There's so many different boats that you can sail, so it's never boring and you're in touch with the nature. So that's very positive.
-10, 9, 8, we have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello guys, welcome back. So we had to take a little bit of a break, as you saw, because there was very light winds, and it seems as though now the wind conditions are a little bit better and have come back. So let's take a look at the teams that the team comparisons here, teams out on the water. So we have Poland, which is on the top left-hand side of your screen, the Seawolves SSL ranked number 14. They weigh in at 724 kilos. And the captain of this team, but he's not sailing today on the boat, is number 10, Mateusz Kuzmierowicz. And on the right-hand side for Team Brazil is the Brazilian Storm SSL ranked number 17, weighing in at 722 kilos. Captain of the team and sailing on the boat, number 10, Robert Scheidt. Bottom left-hand side, Team Lithuania, powered by Skandagra, and they are SSL number 37. The team weight is 718 kilos, so they are the lightest team out there today. The captain of the team is number 9, Rokas Milevicius. And to the right of that is Team Tahiti, the Black Pearls, SSL ranked number 70th, team weight 720 kilos, captain of the boat, and at the helm is number 10, Tiva Plichard. Now let's take a look here at the lineup for Team Poland. As we said, the captain Mateusz is not on the boat, but we have as a tactician Jakub Marciniak, who has 2 bronze medals at the Worlds. And we also have Jolanta Ogar-Hill, who is an Olympic silver medalist in the 470 class. Of course, we don't want to forget about Piotr Przybyliski. He has been world champion 16 times, and he has an America's Cup participation. He's been world champion in the ORC, in match racing, in swans, in mini maxi. So he is a true big boat specialist right there. So that is for your Polish team. Let's move on to our next team, which is Team Brazil. Team Brazil with a very popular, well-known helm and also captain of the team, Robert Scheidt, with his 7 Olympic participations and has won 2 gold medals at the Olympics, 2 silvers and a bronze, is also world champion 12 times on a laser. Also, as a tactician on this boat is Martine Grail. She has been to the Olympics twice, and she has a first and a second place at the Worlds. She is a 49er FX specialist, and on this boat we have a lot of other very, very good. We won't have the time to go through all of them, but pretty much everyone's won a world championship on that boat. So let's keep it rolling here as we have Team Lithuania. Here, as we have on the helm, Raimondas Šugdinis. He is a world champion and has a gold medal. He has also an Olympic participation. He sails in the Plateau 25 class, also as well ORC. Some big boat experience right there from him. Captain of that team is Rakas Milevicius. We also have Claudio Klichnizak, who is a world champion, who has a bronze medal, at the World Championships in the Plateau 25. So lots of big boat experience on that team. Let's move on to our next team, which is Team Tahiti. And Team Tahiti, a little bit different on this team. We have a bunch of match racers here. So on the bow, we have Jan Rigal, who is the bowman, who is a silver medalist in the world champion in match racing. We also have on the mainsail, Tom Lamotte, who has a silver medal in the world championships in NACRA 15. And of course, Tiva Plichard, the captain here, which is also a match racing specialist, has a gold medal at the Worlds and at the European as a European champion. So we have the tacticians and a lot of match racing knowledge on this boat. Now let's go and take a look at what's happening on the water, as I believe we have Raquel, which is Raquel, if you can hear us. You seem to have found some wind.
Yes,
what
I
happened?
can.
What did you do?
We didn't do much, Jan. I'm sorry to disappoint you. The wind just comes and goes as it wishes, and it was totally gone when they canceled the race. But suddenly it picked back up, and it started coming from the cliff out there. So it's from the south. In fact, it is coming from the south direction. So the race course will go that way, and it's chilly. It's a chilly wind. It's the first time in a week that I'm actually wearing a jacket. It might be also because the sun is not shining 100%. There's some haze over it, and but I have to say the race course looks nice. So suddenly this wind, this 5 knots of wind from the south came. I'd say it might have been now picked up to 6-7 knots maybe. Maybe I'm being too optimistic, but I think we might have a race, Jan. The starting line is right behind me, and it's the usual short starting line, and teams are getting ready. So are we.
Well, perfect. Thank you very much. that is great news that we have some wind that has come back up out of the south as we are now take a look here as in the drone shot. Let's look at the race course. As you see, the starting line on the virtual screen is at the bottom. We tack to go up around Mark 1, then we'll go back down through to the gates and back upwind to mark number 3. So around the windward and then to the offset mark to zigzag our way back down to the finishing line. And if you miss that, here we go. So we will always see at mark 1, we will always see that windward mark and that offset mark, so those 2 yellow marks. After we've gone through the gates, perhaps if there is a change of directions, that mark 3 will only be 1 mark and it'll be a pink one. So watch out for that, as perhaps if the wind changes in direction or in speed, we can adjust the race course, as we are aiming for racing around 45 minutes long. And here we are at 1 minute and 40 seconds as we are take a look here on our boat, the starting line boat. And you see that orange flag, which is all the way up at the top. That indicates the starting line. And beneath that, we have several other flags, which is the SSL flag, then P flag underneath that, indicating the rule in the last minute. And then finally a flag that says that is a race committee boat. So that's all the flags that we have on that mast, as we are now on board here with Team Tahiti, and it definitely looks like they've been able to sort of cruise around. And as they are getting ready to get sailing underway, as we heard there, the horn, the 1 minute horn. So the bowmen are all standing in the front, giving the timing. So the signs that they're doing is helping to for the skipper to let them know exactly where they are, whether they need to be moving up, going faster, or not. So here we go. Let's take a look here at all 4 boats. You see the starting line is quite short right there between those 2 motorboats. There is Team Brazil right now, just behind the Polish team. So Brazil tacking off to the left. This is not good at all for Team Brazil, as there's 20 seconds left to the race course, which means they will have to tack again. So we saw Brazil with the best start. Oh, it's looking like we have one team over on the left-hand side, like the Polish team right there, also in difficulty having to tack over, as Team Tahiti now has some speed. They're not the first ones to cross the line. It looks like the first ones are the Lithuanian team. So Team Lithuania getting the best start right here. We just saw Team Brazil duck behind. There's Brazil right there, going right in front of the race committee boat. And it looks like a tough start for the Polish team, off to the left-hand side, having a duck behind everybody. There we go. We see him right now into your screen. So quite an action-packed start right there. We're seeing two splits. We're seeing a split right now in the field, as we have Brazil and Poland going off to the right, Lithuania and Tahiti off to the left. Wow, Robert, what an exciting start right there.
Wow, everything just flipped upside down at the last second. No comment. That's fascinating. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, it was kind of scary to see the Brazilian team right there not being able to, having issues, having to tack 20 seconds before the start. So that's a very, very difficult move that they had to do right there, but they did manage to now have some pressure and have some speed. So let's see. They didn't really have a choice. They had to take the right-hand side of the race course. Let's see what they do if they decide to. There we go. There is Martin Grail and Robert Scheidt right there. So the tactician in the back and Robert at the helm. You see them talking to one another. As Martin will, oh, she's ready with the red flags there. So we definitely see some aggressivity. Let's see here as they all move up. And there we see them hiking. Oh, very nice to see them all out there hiking. So it looks like we have some pretty good pressure right there. And as you saw perhaps earlier in the picture, we had the grinder right there, Henry Boning. He's a star crew. He's a big guy, lots of power. So he's got the grinder position. As we now look here onto the Polish team right here. So I just spoke earlier while we were on a break with Mateusz Kuznierovic, the captain. And I asked him, well, how come you're not on the boat? And he's telling me now is the time for the for the younger sailors to show their stuff and for them to be able to shine. So Mateusz is stepping in as the captain of the team and as the coach. And now is the time for this young team of sailors here from Poland to show their stuff. And I'm sure we will see them showing their stuff. They sort of got blocked out there in the start where they were just time and distance was not right. And and look at this, Brazil now is in the lead again.
Yep.
And so they had to duck behind everybody and go to the right-hand side, but they made it work out for them as they have just now tacked on top of, looks like Tahiti right there. So, tacking on top of Tahiti and making them go off to the left-hand side. As we see, obviously they seem to be wanting to go back to the right-hand side. So they were pushed to the right accidentally, or at least that wasn't their plan on the start. And now it looks like they like the right-hand side.
Yeah, they had the choice to go straight or bounce Tahiti, and they are defending the right. Every time two boats meet, the leader gets to decide which way they want to go, and the second place boat generally gets the leftovers. That's what's happened to Tahiti. So Brazil is in control of their fate, and we'll see how they do. They've got everybody right now. Their biggest threat, ironically, is Lithuania, far over there to the left.
So we're looking there at number 5, Portillo Borges. He's a snipe world champion. So we told you they're pretty much all world champions on this boat.
Yeah.
And as we see more and more images of this crew, we'll let you know sort of what they've been doing and what races they won. And
you got to admire their intensity and their focus. This is as good as it gets, watching Brazil. It's brilliant.
Yeah, look at Robert as he just runs across the boat, makes sure to not lose any time with his hand on that wheel. And it is extremely, those boats that I can tell you it's very, very delicate. And you move, the slightest bit on those steering wheels and it'll make a difference. There's no slack in it whatsoever. So now, interesting here, we see Teva at the bar, Teva Pichard, who is now on the leeward side of the boat. So for him, he's just sort of checking out the settings and what's going on as we see the tactician up behind the wheel over on the left-hand side over there. So interesting to have sort of two different visions right there on that boat. As we see the jury boat coming up in the back, so the jury's right there in their umpire shirts, black and white striped shirts. And this is the overview right now as we are seeing the boats out on the water. So Brazil with a very little lead over Lithuania, 28 meters. Coming back from the right-hand side. So we'll see, as you were saying earlier, Robert, it's when the boats come back together that we see what happens.
Yeah, Lithuania attacked. They attacked to port, hoping to cross Brazil. Then they lost confidence. They saw it wasn't going to happen, so they decided to dump on Tahiti and not themselves take the stern of Brazil. So they want to preserve their bet to the left and see if it works out later. Now, Brazil is tacking,
Brazil is
right?
tacking right now. It's interesting to see where they would be at with Tahiti, because remember they were very, very close with that Tahitian boat. So it looks like they could have crossed on top of perhaps they could have crossed on top of Tahiti.
Well, what they've done, they're going to bounce Tahiti. Tahiti can't live there, right? So Brazil wants the right.
Brazil definitely wants the right. I just don't understand why they tacked early like that. It looked like they were going to cross. They were the starboard boat in any case. So anyhow, right now it's looking like Tahiti and Brazil are going off to the right. And we just put in Lithuania is putting in attack right now.
I think I saw Brazil tack to starboard. Another convergence happening here.
So we also want to say hi to everybody in Lithuania. We know there's a big fan base out there who are watching us, and say hello to them and thank you for watching us and sticking here with your team as remember that the captain of this team is actually Robert Scheidt's wife, and so Robert is beating these guys, and then Robert's wife is the captain of this team. So everybody knows one another out here. It's one big family, but when it comes down to it, really there is no time for giving each other gifts, and so like we said several times before, when we look at this, we definitely, each boat is always trying to take the advantage over the other one and either trying to tack on top of them. Or it's not being mean, it's not being nice, it's just sailboat racing. That's how it is, and if you could take an advantage, plain and fair and square, shall we say, then you should do that. That's fully in your right to do that. As perhaps you've seen some local sailors, sometimes they're always afraid to tack onto on top of somebody. And
yeah, it's your duty. If you're leading and you don't tack to cover, you're the dodo that's giving the other boat the opportunity to escape. All we've seen here is Lithuania was smart not to give up and just take Brazil's stern at the moment. Apparently, Lithuania is leading.
So an interesting little change right here, as we saw Lithuania go off to the left-hand side, and it looks as though now, we were just saying Brazil was in front, but looks like that has all just changed. Yep. Now Lithuania is our first place boat, and Tahiti now is in second place. Brazil 140 meters back behind. So snakes and ladders out here today, as we're seeing all sorts of changes in our leaderboard. Interesting to see everybody sort of on the windward side, but not hiking out, and as low as they can, trying to be as aerodynamic as possible. And there is exactly what you were talking about, Robert, right there. The beginning of the day, we were saying we had these waves coming out of the north as the wind is coming out of the south, so they're sort of rolling down these waves. You called it about 2 hours ago, and that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, they're basically surfing upwind here, surging upwind. Obviously not surfing, but it's a great feeling when it works on port tack. Starboard is not as fun as port.
Yeah, look at those waves. You can see those waves just following the boat. Whoa. And
look at the angle difference there between those two boats. Wow.
Yeah, that's enormous. A big difference right there.
Winding up into pressure.
It looks as though Brazil right there is in the wind shadow of the Tahitian boat. And it also looks like we are getting a big shift here. A big left-hand shift. Looks like we are getting a a huge lift for these boats. This is a really interesting image. If we look now on the 3D, there you go. You see how that all the boats have converged sort of left right there. So a big wind shift now bringing them all the way to the buoy. A good thing for Lithuania there, being on the left-hand side.
Yep.
Well, that's a very big advantage when the wind shifts left. It's good to be left. And you see that right there for Team Lithuania, as now it seems as though it's coming back to what it used to be. So very interesting to be able to sort of follow the track of the boat and see what's been going on, as now they're sort of all slightly bearing away, and as the wind now is turning right. So that's interesting for Tahiti, which is sort of stuck in the middle, but then again, they're not, well, they're getting less gains when it turns left, but they're losing more when they're losing less when it turns right. So they're sort of in the middle right there, and it looks like looks pretty tight between these two, between Lithuania and Tahiti.
Yeah, Tahiti's asking the question, do we have a piece of Lithuania? In other words, when they tack and gain rights as starboard, can they actually cause trouble for Lithuania, possibly forcing Lithuania to take their stern?
So as we have it right now, 3 boats are neck and neck. Tahiti is leading, only 200 meters left until we get to the windward mark. Brazil is just on the top left-hand side of your screen right there. They are not far behind. Lithuania off to the right. As we see now, Team Tahiti putting in attack, as perhaps they are now in on the ley line. So the wind is very, very shifty. So we'll have to see what is the decision for these guys. As it's difficult to tell where exactly the ley line is, as we were looking left right there. So you see, so it looks like Tahiti really is on the ley line. Perhaps it's a left hand. It's so hard to see what's going on right there. But anyway, we can tell is the Lithuanian boat is out in front. So Team Lithuania is currently leading, as we are 80 meters up until we get to the windward mark. And as they go around and put up their spinnaker here for the first time, they will arrive at the windward mark. So this will be their first time putting up the spinnaker here in the 8th of the finals of the SSL Gold Cup Finals series. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the sounds from on board as Team Lithuania hoists a spinnaker. Here goes the bowsprit, and down they go. So it looks like a good hoist right there, nice and fast. A little tough for them to get that spinnaker to be full. There it is, as they slowly take down the jib. And coming up right behind them now is Team Tahiti. Here comes Team Tahiti as they hoist their spinnaker as well. These asymmetrical spinnakers, as you see, are attached to the bowsprit. And that is a good hoist right there from Team Tahiti. As we see Brazil now coming into the picture. And Poland in the back right there. So Brazil and Poland right now. Brazil, here we are, Brazil in the picture. And that's a good hoist from Team Brazil as they take down their jib. And we see there the tactician Martin, who is giving a hand on the lazy sheet right there. And this is Team Poland right now. So Team Poland hoisting that spinnaker as fast as they can. They need to be able to catch up here. as they are still trying to recover from that start. It looks like a good hoist right there from this team. And I see them sort of looking all over the place. Are they going to stay where they're going right now, or are they going to jibe over and be the first ones to jibe? As we get a great image right here of all of the boats right now on a starboard tack. We're on board with Team Lithuania. We are on board right here. Oh, look who's behind Team Lithuania right there, getting some pressure and able to go a little bit lower. It looks like the Tahitians have somehow found a little bit more pressure and are managing to go into that low mode. So a big advantage right now for the Tahitians, who, well, they're not saying anything. They're liking what they're seeing. They're going with the flow right now. And we see Team Brazil right there to the right-hand side. Also for them, getting some wind and being able to go into that low mode. So that was very interesting. What you just saw right there was the squashing of the boat, helping them to get a little bit of an acceleration. So they went up to the windward side and then back down, as that is the ideal heel that they want right now on that boat. Remember, these boats go faster through the water if they have a little bit of a heel. Look at those waves. You can definitely see what's happening right there as now they're going up and against the waves, which is very unusual. This is not generally what we see. Generally the waves are in the same direction as the wind, and here, because of this local effect, because we are getting wind off of the Sahara Desert, off the African continent, coming to us from the east and then wrapping around the island, as we're also getting these big waves from all the way across the ocean. Remember, here in Gran Canaria, we are in the Atlantic Ocean, so we're getting Atlantic swell. There's nothing stopping that swell coming to us. Very interesting as we see these boats surfing upwind and smashing into the waves as they're going downwind. Difficult to keep those spinnakers from bouncing around.
So what we saw at the end of the beat was like a 40-degree lefty, a huge lefty that put Lithuania in the lead. They round, and then to their horror, the wind kept shifting more to the left, so much that it brings Brazil back into the race. So there's Brazil trading the leader line with Lithuania and Tahiti. So, and this is just, you have to imagine there's like filling left pressure. Maybe by now it's been a 90-degree shift to the left. I don't know, but enormous. And we're back to a fraction of a boat length between first and second.
So look at this. It's very interesting to see now. Poland is also coming back. So definitely we had some new wind, and now Brazil takes the lead. So Brazil is now just taking the lead. Look at those big waves coming from the pretty much the other side of the Atlantic, and have arrived over here. Very interesting here what's going on as we're seeing some big shifts. Remember, today it's kind of a particular day as we have had racing being stopped due to lack of wind, now back on. So we see that lots of things are happening.
Stand by.
Lots of things are happening out there. Now you might be wondering, why do they have things in their socks? Well, they just don't have any pockets on those shorts. So those are the pockets they've got.
Fascinating. Brazil jibing away. Martina's dad, Torben Grail, was a magician. They always would say that he could pull a rabbit out of a hat. As a tactician, I think Martina has inherited that ability. see what happens here. That was a crazy, interesting move for them to jibe to port there.
So Martina called it. They're going off now back to the right-hand side of the race course. Everybody else is still on a starboard tack, as Brazil is on a port tack. There we go. We're seeing it right here. Very interesting decision. We will find out exactly what will happen once the boat converge back together.
Boy.
Boy, this is very, very interesting. As we see here, Team Brazil now surfing, being able to use those waves. So, yeah, so perhaps we have seen a really big wind shift.
Let's see what happens.
And we'll get confirmation of that as we get down closer to the leeward mark. As when we get down to the bottom, should the wind have changed, then perhaps we will be getting a change of course. Now, Robert, I'm just going to take a look here and see if I have any information coming off of the water. Perhaps we have Raquel that can inform us on what's going on out there on the race course. Is just a lot of things, happening, a lot of action-packed things.
Yeah.
So jump in anytime you want, Raquel. As we see that the weather is
yes, Jan, I'm here just a few boat lengths ahead of Team Brazil, and well, I think what they did is that they wanted to sail with those waves. So this was their choice. I think this is what Martina wanted, because the wind, to me, it looks pretty much the same. Maybe a little bit on the right-hand side of the course, a little more pressure. But as we get closer to the gate, and we are close to the gate, that evens up. So I think she just preferred to sail along with the waves. And it was a smart choice for me.
Yeah, all right.
Because their spinnaker, their kite, their Jennaker was a lot steadier than the rest of the fleet.
Yeah, as we see that they just put in a jibe right there, and I've just been told, just so you know, there will be a Charlie minus red. So it looks like they will be making the race course a little bit shorter. Very interesting. Thank you very much, Raquel, for that insight. Raquel Vitello, sailing journalist. She's our eyes out on the water as we get here now closer to the gates, and we see Team Brazil putting up the jib. And so we'll see them coming into the jib right now. Remember, Team Brazil has the right of way here. And it looks like they've definitely been able to go a little bit faster, and so they've gone lower right there in order to be able to yeah, so there it is, a Charlie minus red. That's what they're saying right there. We know this because we're getting the information right off the water. There goes the spinnaker drop right there. What a good drop. Very nice. It was a good fast drop right there. Even though it's not completely in, it doesn't matter as long as it's not touching the water. And there they go. Around the right-hand side. So Team Brazil right there with a big maneuver, and 9 seconds behind the Lithuanian team. So we see a split right now as Brazil goes off to the right. Now Tahiti is coming back into it as the Polish team. There goes Tahiti right there. We see as they're dropping their spinnaker and going around. Oh, there's an issue. Something is happening right there. So they're having all sorts of problems on the Tahitian boat to get that spinnaker to come down. Everybody's looking up the mast. What is going on? Something is going on that boat, as we saw everybody with difficulties putting down the spinnaker. Looks like things have been solved. But wow, that was a little bit of a hot moment right there for the Tahitian team, as we see in the background the Polish team getting down to the leeward gates. Right now, there is Team Poland just about to do their drop, so this will be a windward drop for them. Get a great view. What a great drop right there, putting on the power with those grinders. So a good mark rounding for the Polish team. So 1 minute 42 seconds behind the Lithuanians. As we listen in on board to the Polish boat and hear what they're saying. And we see here, we definitely have it looks like Lithuania has decided to come back and to perhaps put a loose cover on Brazil.
Yeah, they chose opposite gates. Brazil is kept with her decision to go right, looking upwind. Lithuania, as the leader, has come over to accompany them. If Brazil's right, that the right is favored, they're going to beat Lithuania. Let's see what happens here. And already their lead is eroding. Lithuania's lead is eroded 10, 15 meters while I was talking.
So an interesting conversation that is going on these boats between the tacticians and the helm. As we always, we could see the tactician right there and captain of the team, Ruckus, who is just looking around left and right, trying to see, whoa, be careful. Oh, do not put that leg outside of the boat, as that would be an infringement to the rules and you may get penalized for it. So, boats' legs have to stay inside the boat. They cannot straddle the boat. So they got to be careful about that, because the jury that we have here is a very good, very fair jury, and they have eyes all over the place. And if they were to see that happen, they perhaps could give him a penalty, which would be a 360. And that would mean one tack, one jibe, and that would just take Lithuania completely out of contention of staying out in front, as we are here on leg number 3 for this here, the second race of the day, the first race for fleet number 2, as we are on board with Brazil. There we are, the tactician and the helm. Very, very concentrated.
Boy.
You could tell Robert's also looking outside, so is the main trimmer. Let's listen on board here.
Attack coming up.
Fonseca Andre, VOR. He had a 3rd place in the VOR class. So Fonseca Andre right there. We just saw. You're seeing him to the left of your screen right there. That's number 7. Very active on that boat. Here we go as Brazil puts in attack. So they're just talking right there about what they're. Of course, we don't understand Brazilian, but I can tell you they're talking about what they're, how they're setting the sails. A little bit of pressure, a little more pressure, a little less. So as we see right here, Team Lithuania tacking on top of Team Brazil. So again with that loose cover.
Yeah, it looked like they were neck and neck, but the computer was off, and there's actually half a football field of difference between them, and they're on ley line, so there was no choice. Brazil had to tack eventually, and they knew they were going to get hit on by the Lithuanians, which is what's happening now. But I hope they're junior sailors watching. Brilliant to see how all of these teams are sailing, how calm they are, how efficient their communications are, how alert they are. It's really brilliant.
Well, you're absolutely right, Robert. This is the best of the best right here. These are the best sailors in the world. And it's an opportunity for all of them to be able to sail against one another on an equal boat, and all boats are absolutely the same. And so we're really being able to see that the work that's going on between these teams and communication. In the back right there, as you'll see, tactician, the helm, and the mainsail trimmer right there. Usually those three are communicating about tactics, strategy. I mean, it is, yes, the tactician's job, but remember, all of these sailors are coming from different backgrounds, and so they all at one point have had to do some tactics. And I think that's perhaps one of the most difficult things, especially on a boat like the Brazilian boat, is that you have so many leaders on that boat. It's hard for them to perhaps be a little bit less vocal and let the decisions be made by the tactician and the helm. As we see the two boats coming in together. What a great shot right there. So that's Team Lithuania right now. So Lithuania is still leading here as we get to the windward mark. As they go around that pink buoy, a lot of things they're going to have to do right now. So here we go. Let's take a look as they put up their spinnaker. Team Lithuania. This has got to be a good set if they want to stay out in front. And it looks like it's good. No issues there. So a lot of maneuvers that have to be going and done right here, as it looks like we have a battle between Brazil and Tahiti. So can Brazil, looks like Brazil has been able to pass out in front of the Tahitian team.
Yeah, there's
a lot of swell out there. Oh! And I see, looks like a green flag.
Yeah.
So I think that there's a green flag. So perhaps there was protest, or there was a protest from one of the teams. I don't know exactly what was going on. But here comes Brazil. Oh, Brazil with a slow hoist. It looks like Tahiti was faster to get their spinnaker up, as they're just behind. So, putting on the pressure. Tahiti is putting on the pressure right now onto the Brazilian team. So perhaps the Brazilians giving just a little bit, a couple meters to the Tahitian team, but it looks like as though Tahiti right now, or pardon me, Brazil has managed to speed back up and gotten out in front. So a clear lead for Team Lithuania, as we now have a battle here on our hands for the second place. Very interesting here, as we see that only about 9 seconds difference as Brazil and Tahiti went around the weather mark. As we see here, the sponsor of the team, Brazil. And Brazil managing to stay out in front.
like you were saying a race ago, see how Brazil's working down? That means that when she jibes, she's going to have clear air on the new jibe. Tahiti stays up there is not a good look for Tahiti. Brazil's working down without slowing down.
They're just managing to put in such a low mode on that Brazilian boat. It's just unbelievable.
Lithuania jibed.
So.
Oh, wait a minute. Who's this? This
is Tahiti right here.
Okay. So Tahiti jibes.
The Tahiti just put in that jibe. Remember, we saw Brazil putting in an early jibe earlier in order to get to use those waves. So perhaps now Tahiti trying to do the same thing, to use the waves to their advantage, as the Brazilians right now have kept on going. Same thing here with Rukas and his crew, the Lithuanians. They are now on the last downwind, so whatever happens on this downhill will for sure dictate the way these boats cross the finishing line. As we see there, captain of the team, number 9 in the back, making sure, looking to see Rukas Milevicius, trying to see what is happening in the back and taking a look at where the wind is coming from and make sure that the attacks, perhaps the attacks coming from the back, are at least dealt with. So very, very, very concentrated on that boat. There you see Tahiti still moving back towards the right-hand side of the race course as Poland has decided to do the same thing. Brazil and Lithuania still on the starboard tack, going off to the left-hand side of the race course. Looks like now Brazil is in second place, so that hasn't changed. Tahiti still in third, Poland out back in fourth.
This is a tricky moment for Brazil. When you're second, you have to ask yourself, are you attacking first place or defending against third? And right now, obviously, Brazil's only a smidgen ahead of Tahiti, so they're sort of playing defense right now. They don't have much of a realistic hope of catching Lithuania. And big, now Tahiti, in theory, has passed Brazil on the computer line. And here goes a jibe for the Brazilians.
There's Martin, she's giving a hand right there. She's really all over the place, as we saw her earlier, taking care of the offset sheet, as she was also right now giving a hand there with the grinder for that jibe. She now, as a tactician, is back in the middle of the boat, so trying to get a different vantage point and a different vantage point as to what she was getting there in the back, perhaps also trying to move her weight forward.
Also, just to burn energy. I think, sometimes a tactician will jump on a handle just to burn energy and calm down and clear their head. A little bit of less intellectual work and more physical work. She needs to really have her judgment in top gear.
Remember, she's a 49 FX specialist, so she's really used to having to work physically extremely hard, and in this position as a tactician, it's one of the least physical positions on the boat. Here we go, so Team Lithuania right now crossing the line and getting the win. Yes, there it is, win for Team Lithuania, so very happy for them to be able to put a win. 4 points on the leaderboard.
And this battle for second looks really close to me. It's hard to say. Mamma mia. Let's see what goes on here.
Yeah, battle for second as we see Tahiti and Brazil coming into the finishing line right now. Looks from the computer's point of view as though Brazil is ahead. Yes, we are seeing Brazil ahead right now. Looks like Brazil is about to cross into second place, but Tahiti is coming in very quickly, but that's too little, too late. And there it is, Brazil for their first race here at the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series have made and placed 3 points on the leaderboard as they take home second place.
Wow.
And Team Tahiti with third place. What a battle it was for these two teams. So far, Tahiti right now, we've seen them once before in a third place position. They've never finished last. They've won so far of all the races they've done. They've won 6 races. Now the pressure is going to be on those guys' shoulder as they are now sailing with Lithuania, Brazil, and of course we also saw Poland, which in the practice and in the warm-ups was extremely strong. Right there, just a little bit of bad luck for these guys, but of course out of 4 boats, somebody has to finish in 4th place. Today was Poland's turn, perhaps, hopefully not for them. It will not be tomorrow as well, so we'll see what happens. But this is their first race for these guys. Difficult situations as the winds have shifted, and we've been going up and down and back and forth, and so this is race number 1 for this fleet number 2, and we will have another 3 races. So don't forget, this is 4 days of racing that's going on here with all of these teams, as the last day will also count double in points. So there you are, the race results as you see right here on your screen. Lithuania bringing home 4 points, Brazil 3, Tahiti 2, and Poland 1. So that is the race results for the race number 1 here for fleet number 2. So as you see there in the background on your screens, we have the boats that are changing teams as they have just taken down the jib. They leave the mainsails up as they keep the boats facing and heading straight into the wind. As you see there, the little motorboat on the left-hand side, they are going to change teams, as we shall see fleet number 3 coming back out here. And I'm getting some informations that we should be going back out onto the water, as Raquel seems to have had an is interviewing probably the Lithuanian boat. There she is, Raquel. We can see you.
Are people seasick? No?
Yes, here I am with Rokas Milevisic.
Exactly.
Yeah, I finally asked him how exactly to pronounce it. Yet another victory, Rokas, with these very tough conditions. Well done on you.
Thank you. It's very difficult conditions. The race has been postponed, so we had one race halfway through. I don't know how much you saw. And this, we got it on breeze, so kudos to the race committee that they managed to pull the race so fast, and we managed to squeeze in the race. And, luckily for us, we managed to squeeze another victory.
Where do you think you won this race? Because it was open from the beginning till the end.
Yeah, it was very shifty, at least, actually. So we played way too many tacks than we would like to in normal conditions, because these boats are very, painful to tack. But then we tacked on the right shifts. And we were so scared on the downwind when that shift came and we got locked in without no breeze. So we thought that, okay, we're done. But we decided to keep on continue there and we got some breeze and got back in the position. So luckily we didn't jibe in that pressure moment.
Just last little question. Any pressure competing against Brazil with those 7 medals in the afterguard?
A lot of pressure, but we try to keep that pressure in the pocket and, you know, do what we can best. Just focus on the race and take one race at a time.
It works so far. Back to you guys. Thank you, Rakas.
Hey, thank you very much. Congratulations, Rakas, for that win. And getting the butterflies out as we saw them fighting against the Brazilians right there. Of course, a lot of pressure when you have 7 Olympic medals that are following you. It's very, very difficult in terms of the pressure that they have to deal with. Well, Robert, what an exciting race so far. We've seen the wind go up and down and left and right, and same thing with the waves coming in from all over the place. So we still have 2 more races. And anyhow, I want to thank you very much for coming in here and giving us your local knowledge. You've been living here, like you said, for about 20 years. Yep. And lots of sailing experience. You were, a coach for the Olympic team for several years. You've been to the America's Cup. You've coached the America's Cup team. So we are very grateful to have had you over here, and thank you very much.
Thanks for inviting me. That was great, and it's an honor to see these guys race. It's beautiful to see the quality of the decision making. I mean, today was a huge lefty, and to see how everybody swallowed it and carried on, it's amazing. It was really good racing. Yeah, it's really, really interesting, and your insights just really help us out and help everybody understand as well. So thank you very much, Robert. And remember, guys, you can always follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and of course on our website. And that's about it for us. As we are about to take a break, we'll show you a quick clip, and then we'll be back very, very soon. As you saw, teams were already switching out. So we'll be right back. Stick around for race number 3. This will be race number 1 for fleet number 3.
music instrument has the most annoying sound to you?
The trump, la trompeta, boludo. Trumpet. Sí, the trumpet. How many kilograms does Facu lie about? Ooh, it depends, because if he is with Germán Panay, probably 6 or 7.
Lies a lot. No, not so much.
And if he is with us, probably 1 or 2.
What are your hobbies other than sailing? For me, playing golf and studying.
I like biking and running.
I like playing squash and hanging around with my family.
Oh, this is for your wife, eh? He's a good husband, eh? What has been your greatest success so far? The 6th place in Tokyo in the last games.
Coaching Sant in the Olympics, but also as a sailor myself. I've done many years with Azur and Super Series that we've been quite successful, and many other regattas.
I like the Melges 24 Worlds that we did this year that we finished 3rd. I think was very good regatta. We have to fight hard for that.
My name's Tom Slingsby and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have 2 wheels. One on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
And we are back, and let's go out onto the water. Let's take a look here at the team comparisons, because this is the first race for fleet number 3. So right now, out on the water, we have 4 teams. On the top left-hand side is Team South Africa, Team Ubuntu, SSL ranked number 40th, weighing in at 717 kilograms. That's number 9, Ian Ainsley. To the right of that, we have Team Chile, the Finnish Terra Warriors, SSL ranked number 25, weighing in at 712 kilos. So they're the lightest team out here with captain number 10, Pablo Lorca. Down at the bottom left-hand side, first time we're seeing these guys, Switzerland, the Helvetic Lakers, the SSL ranked number 12 team, weight 724 kilos, and captain of the team, Eric Monin. To the bottom right, we have Nord Stream, the SSL ranked number 16, team weight 722 kilos, and captain of that team, number 10, Ivan Melleby.
majestuosa es la blanca montaña que te dio por baluarte el Señor, que te dio por baluarte el Señor. Y ese mar que tranquilo te baña, te promete el futuro esplendor. Y ese mar que tranquilo te baña, te promete el futuro esplendor.
And those were the national anthems. Now let's take a look here at the lineup. Our first team is South Africa, and captain is Ian Ainsley, number 9. He is at the helm. These are the sailors on board today. We have to go quickly through as the start is, we are about 2 minutes away from the start. Here is Team Chile with the captain Pablo Lorca. And these are the sailors on that boat. Let's move right along to Team Switzerland, as we have here Eric Mona. He is the captain of the boat, and he will be at the helm. And these are your sailors on Team Switzerland. As we move on to our next and final team, Team Norway, as we have captain of this team, Ivan Melleby. Here are all the sailors you would see there, and Ivan is down on the bottom as a trimmer. So 1 minute left to go. Oh, it looks like the boats are cruising as we take a look here on Switzerland right there. As they are about to tack on over, we are 50 seconds away from the start. As we see the boats are nowhere near close to the starting line. We don't even see the starting line in the picture right now, so which tells me that there is a big battle going on in between all of these boats. And right now here in the studio with me is Ibtisam from Team Oman. She just had time to come into the studio. Hello, Ibti, how are you?
Hello there.
Nice to see you and have you back in the studio as we are 20 seconds away from the start right here as we take a look at Team Norway. So it looks like Team Switzerland now is getting squeezed out right there. So everybody squeezing out Team Switzerland. It looks as though the Republic of South Africa is going to get a good, nice start. As time on distance, we see right there.
Everyone is late.
Everybody is late right there. It looks like really difficult for the Chilean team there to get past
another time.
Oh, to get past the pin boat. Looks like Switzerland not even able to make it on a port tack, cross the line. So a very late start from Team Switzerland right here as they are right now about to have a port and starboard situation with Norway. Norway is looking like they're passing out just in front of Switzerland. So very chaotic start right there. Everybody late to the start time on distance. No one had it. Looks like the Republic of South Africa is the one that managed to get out in front, the best of all of them. Everybody having issues except for the Republic of South Africa.
I will say, like, when it's really light wind, make sure like you sail really close from the start line, because it's gonna be, you know, a hard time to get to the start if you're really late. And we saw that's what happened exactly on the start. Like, everyone was late by 3 seconds or at least 4 seconds. So make sure, guys, when you sail in a light condition, make sure you get to sail close by the start.
Yeah, absolutely. And everybody there was sort of not looking at the big picture. They were all busy fighting along with themselves. They just forgot that they actually had to take the start first. So
yeah, exactly.
Here we are on board with the Republic of South Africa. They knew their time and distance. They were the only ones that were actually cruising and getting their speed up. So good, very good start for the South African team as we see them in a battle right there with the Chilean boat. So looks like there's a battle going on, at least here. It looks very, very, very close right now for the Republic of South Africa. Yes, that's how close it is right there. So that 3D image that you were seeing was right there. Look at how well we see that nice SSL 47 boat right over there to the left. So right now it's looking like the Republic of South Africa is in a battle with the Chilean team as South Africa is trying to desperately stay in their lane as the Chileans have turned up the heat here.
I mean, South Africa, they're trying to keep the height here so they don't fall on the Chile team. But let's see how they're going to live with it, and let's see if they're going to survive.
Yeah, and interesting to see that Norway, Norway there that managed to tack out in front of Switzerland, they have decided, they went off, they were forced sort of to the right-hand side of the race course, but now have managed to come back.
First place.
And looking like their first place. So first place is battling it out between Chile and Norway.
But defeated, you know, they're still very close to each other. They're sailing against each other. So I think everyone now is going to the right side, like all the four boats.
Interesting to see team captain there, Ivan Melleby, in the back. he's number 10. He's now working in the tactician spot. As in the lineup, we saw him announced as a trimmer.
Looks like
I would expect him to be more of a tactician. So Ivan Meleby, he is a star class specialist. He actually won the SSL championship back when we were racing on star boats. So he won the finals there. So a very fine tactician there from Team Norway. Along with being a good tactician is the team captain on the Swiss team, as he has won 2 times. He has the silver world match racing medal, and he also has won gold, so he has been a world champion in match racing. So lots of experience on that boat. And remember, the Swiss team there, they are used to sailing in these light air conditions. So this Swiss team really, this is the sort of weather that they really know how to do very well in, as they are lake sailors.
Yeah.
So we should be seeing them right there. Look at the concentration on everybody's face. Everybody hiking hard out there to keep that boat nice and flat.
They're all in one line. Oh.
Definitely everybody pulling as hard as they can right there. Very interesting to see what's going to be happening here on the Swiss team. So probably right now what they're trying to do is they're looking at this Norwegian boat that they're with, and it's very interesting. If we look at the 3D right now, we'll see that every single boat is just absolutely lined up, one in front of the other. There is only 10 meters in it from boat number 1 to boat number 4. So we can just see it is absolutely super close. Interesting to see here that these guys are, not everybody is hiking as hard on the Norwegian boat as on the Swiss boat. So perhaps, let's see if that makes a difference.
I mean, it's going to be a long battle until they reach the top mark.
Definitely, it's going to be a long battle, and we'll see what's happening. But right now, it's kind of looking like Switzerland is now our leader. Perhaps that is directly due to the fact that they're keeping their boat a little bit flatter, hiking harder, and so therefore getting out in front. So that's my take on things and the way I'm seeing it. But it looks as though there's really nothing in it, so it could just be another little wind shift, and we could just be seeing either Republic of South Africa, which is currently second, and right there in the middle. So we'll see if we get a left or a right shift. It could change things all around, but there's really nothing in it right now. Ifti, this is absolutely tight.
It's very tight. I mean, the tactician will keep himself really busy because, you know, it's very shifty, it's very wavy condition. So he's gonna keep, you know, looking for, you know, the gusty patches so he can sail through and make him always, you know, go faster.
Absolutely, and here in the background right there you see the jury, so we are only 540 meters. Oh, as we see that Switzerland and Norway now have tacked. So let's see what's going to be happening here. Republic of South Africa and Switzerland about to cross. It looks like Republic of South Africa is going to manage to get across the Swiss boat. No problem, as we see Republic of South Africa tack on top of the Swiss boat, making sure to cover them. As we see Chile in the background.
Very nice tackle.
So perhaps a little bit of a right-hand shift, as right now the Chilean boat is in 4th place right here.
And they are in port.
They are in port, so they have to go behind everybody else. Perhaps now putting in a low mode for the Chilean team to duck, which what I believe is the Swiss team right there. So we'll see what happens, because I do not believe they are on the ley line yet, as we see Switzerland tacking off to the right-hand side. Will we see the Republic of South Africa covering? So right now, very interesting. It's a full-on battle between these 4 boats. Look at this right here, as we have a port starboard situation right now between the Chileans and the Swiss. Chile managing to dive under and just attack just in the nick of time. As there we see the windward buoy. It looks like it's going to be very, very difficult for all of these teams to make it to that windward buoy. Are they all going to be stopped? Will Chile be able to just come over the top of them? This is very good for the Republic of South Africa, which has now managed to get first to the windward mark. As we see a battle of epic proportions going on in the back right there, as all 3 of these teams, the Norwegian team managing to squeeze out in front of Switzerland. Switzerland in a very, very complicated place right now, as they have room at the mark, and Chile needs to keep clear of that Swiss boat. The Swiss boat cannot touch the mark, otherwise they will be getting a penalty. So very difficult, as we see here, the team South Africa being able to put up their spinnaker. And there goes Team Switzerland, now relegated to 4th place, as we will see everybody putting up their spinnaker. But remember, there's nothing in it, as we're seeing the boats here getting to the dogleg, or going along the dogleg to the offset mark. And our first boat to get their spinnaker up is the Chilean boat, followed right back behind with, or is that Norway? It's so close you can't even tell. It's just...
Yeah, just a couple of meters in between all the boats. I mean, it's going to be interesting to watch them all the way down.
Yeah, there's really nothing in it right here. So in these light wind conditions, look at this. I mean, we're talking the bowsprit of the Chilean team is almost in the boat of the Norwegian boat right there. I can tell you it is very, very close. The camera doesn't do it justice.
Yeah, and you can see South Africa here, they extended the lead. They're almost like 110 meters ahead. They feel really no pressure at the moment. But
no, Republic of South Africa are just sailing a beautiful race so far.
They're just
really sailing smart. Yeah, remember, we have 2 new teams here, and that is a Team Norway that you see right here, along with Team Switzerland. These are the 2 new teams, so this is their race number 1 for them. So they need to get the nerves, shake the nerves out a little bit, as the Republic of South Africa has been with us now round after round. And
they're getting used to the boat more and more.
Yeah, they're definitely getting used to the boat. They know how well it's. Yeah, that's the advantage. So they were not qualified like these teams here that have a better world ranking for their teams and managed to get themselves qualified to start here at the 8th of the finals. However, that disadvantage for those teams is that, well, they haven't sailed nearly as much as the others. So that's the advantage of being higher ranked in the nation's ranking, is that you can come in a little bit later into the competition. However, they haven't had that time on the boat, and it looks like it's a definite advantage right there to the Republic of South Africa.
You can see now everyone going to the port side, and let's see if South Africa, they're gonna keep it all the way down, because you know they have been attacking now from Norway, they're trying to steal, their wins now.
Yeah, so Norway following the jibe of the Republic of South Africa. It looks to me as though South Africa is far enough ahead that they don't have to worry about that. They haven't managed, though, however, to increase that lead. It looks like that lead is pretty much stable since they've gone around the windward buoy. And we see Team Switzerland going off to the right-hand side. They were the first ones to jibe and to go off to the right. So perhaps we may see some sort of a tactical move from Switzerland in order to come back down at the leeward gates. But right now, as we are on board here with the Republic of South Africa, let's listen a little bit. Every time we can get some on board, I'll stop talking.
Don't worry about getting locked in. Seems to be getting locked in here.
You heard it right there. They're saying it's getting lighter.
That's why you see everyone now moving forward. There you go, 4 people in the bow.
Making sure that way is forward, not dragging any water. So as we hear Ian right there.
The guys have a look at which side of the course you want, because that's going to determine. Especially here, because we've got to protect the right and the second right.
And talking about tactics and which side of the course he wants, as they will mirror and keep a cover, or shall we say, stay between their opponent and the leeward mark. So very, very close here on the first downwind of leg number of this race number 1 for this week 3. And here goes the jibe for the Norwegian team.
And yeah.
We hear the Norwegians communicating on board right there. We definitely want to welcome Team Norway here for their first race. So this is the first race for them here at the SSL Gold Cup Finals series.
Oh, look at that, South Africa.
South Africa right there with a massive lead. They've just doubled their lead.
And they're going for jib up.
There we go as we go for the jib up, exactly.
Come on, South Africa, you only need... Looks like there is some change of course here.
You're absolutely right. We're hearing a change of course. So South Africa looking like they're going to be taking the left-hand side here. Okay, what's going on there with the spinnaker? It looks actually quite... it looks as though perhaps on that boat, that was a manual takedown of that spinnaker. It looked very much in control, but I'm thinking they're having an issue right there with the retrieval line because they did not use that retrieval line. So that was a manual takedown right there, old school style for Republic of South Africa, but you saw that works very, very well. They managed to do that extremely well. So here we go. Great, huge lead for the Republic of South Africa as we look now for the other boats coming in here. Let's see. This is the Chilean team right here that we're looking at. and they're about to go around the mark rounding. And as we look at Switzerland also going to come in there. Now this is going to be very, very difficult. They will be having to do a windward drop here on the team Switzerland. There is so much pressure on this, so that is not a good that is not a good drop right there. Unbelievable.
I mean,
we have Raquel, which is out on the water, and perhaps she can let us know what happened on that Republic of South Africa boat, that manual takedown. Raquel, it's unbelievable what we are seeing here. It's such close racing.
I mean, if you look
yes, it is unbelievable. I was right there where the drop happened on Team Switzerland. It touched shortly the water, but it was quickly pulled back in, and well, it was a great downwind, patchy, and with the wind a little shifty, and South Africa managed to do it perfectly. I think in the downwind with this kind of waves, even though we're back on 150 direction, so they're not as annoying as they were before. But in the downwind, I think the work of the helmsman is particularly important. And I mean, at the helm of South Africa, there is nothing less than Ian Ainsley. Now we're going back upwind, and it looks like the wind is quite even on the race course. Maybe a little bit more pressure on the right-hand side, where everybody is actually now, apart from Norway. Norway is going on the left-hand side. We're here with Team Chile, and boy, they think, I think they look like they live on this boat. They're so acquainted to it by now. I mean, they move just so nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we were just talking about that as well, as the Chileans and the Republic of South Africa now have done several races on this as they move through from the last round. Norway, Switzerland having a little bit of this is their first race on the boat. We saw Switzerland in big trouble putting down their spinnaker down there. So a good drop right here from the Chilean team. And good to know that they definitely look at home on their boat. Let's listen in here to Team Chile.
Going for attack here.
Oh, and a good synchronization right there of Team Chile. So you can see they're used to their boat. They know that boat now, as they've done several races on it. So now, time to do a little bit of cleaning up. As you see, we only have 2 people out there that are pulling and putting the boat flat, as the others are doing a little bit of housekeeping and making sure that boat is clean and ready for the next hoist. As here we are on the second windward leg, as we see the Republic of South Africa on the bottom right-hand side of your screen right there. Now with a healthy 70-meter lead and right on top of the whole fleet. As we listen on to the Swiss team, interesting to hear that they are speaking in French.
Look at this massive waves, it's just banging.
Yeah, they could. Team Switzerland could actually decide to communicate in many different languages, as there are 4 national languages in Switzerland, and on top they could be speaking also in English. English is not a national language, but a lot of people speak it. So it seems as though French has been decided to be spoken on that boat, as they put in attack right there. Yeah, that was not the fastest of the attacks we've seen right there on the jib. We didn't see that jib snap over, so still have to to get a little bit used to that boat right there for that Swiss team. Remember, this is their first race out here on this SSL 47, so they need to be doing a little bit of adjusting. But we see that the two teams that have already been here are out in front, and look at South Africa, just almost now. Their lead is growing as we speak. Look at it, it's 126 meters, 127. They're gaining a meter every single almost second. Looks to me as though there is a right-hand shift. They are on the right-hand side. It is win, win, win for South Africa.
I mean, yeah, if you look at them, how they sail the boat and getting used to it, everyone getting his role on the board. And the only thing they're doing now is only about covering the other fleets. I mean, there is nothing much to do. Only cover, 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 and they're extending the lead.
Absolutely, and they're just doing that so well. It looks like, yeah, perhaps we do see a right-hand shift. You look at the track of Norway right there, it looks like as though they've gotten a header. So really tough there for Switzerland and Norway in the back. First of all, they're in the wind shadow of the two other teams, and on top of it, now having to come back to the right.
You see back there, Norway decided to go back again on starboard side.
As we see Team Switzerland right here putting in attack. That was a much, much faster attack right there with the jib. So that looks good, and great teamwork right there on Team Switzerland, managing really everybody working back on getting that boat flat out. So very good to see that teamwork on that boat. As we are 820 meters away. You can look right now at the frustration on Ivan Melaby's face right there. As they are 780 meters, and it looks like it's really, they look like they're in the tough of it right now. They don't want to be there. This is not what they want.
But so again, anything can happen. We don't forget what happened with Portugal.
Yes, anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and we've seen huge comebacks and big gains and losses. So right now, it's all gains for the Republic of South Africa, which is just simply covering and making sure they're staying between their opponents and the weather mark. So simply right now, just covering. Looks like attack now is coming in.
3, 2, 1, press.
And look at that press.
Yeah, remember, that's over 700 kilos moving at once if everybody does it right in sync. So, you know, 20 meters of mast, that's a lot of sail area to try to get a little, to squash the boat down and to sort of accelerate the boat. And we see right there that they've definitely got a twist in their main, as we see where the main track jib, the main sheet track is quite high. So probably a pretty good twist there in the main, as it perhaps is getting lighter out onto the race course.
Yeah.
And Ipti, you said earlier when we were down at the leeward mark that you did hear some horns going off, some sound signals. So I could tell you that it was just a Charlie plus. So they went from a distance of 0.75 nautical miles to 0.85 nautical miles. So wind direction, apparently, you know, if it if it had slowed down, we would have had a shorter course. So they made the course a little bit longer.
So definitely more wind in the course.
Perhaps the course was too short to begin with. Remember, they're trying to get to 45 minutes. So perhaps they saw that they were going to be a little bit short in terms of time, so they decided to make it a little bit longer. So we'll see. It says, from my information, the direction has not changed.
I can see here South Africa boat, they're getting closer from the mark. And let's remember here, they're not going to have a double leg. It's going to be barely hoist, spinnaker.
Yeah, exactly. No dog leg. Perhaps we have Raquel, which is out on the water, and she perhaps can tell us what's going on. Of course, now every time I have a question about what's going out on the water, we're going to try to get a hold of Raquel, who is on her motorboat and obviously able to look and give us a 360, take a look 360 degrees around her.
I am right here at the top mark.
Very nice. So Raquel,
Can you hear me, Jan?
yeah, perfect. I can hear you super well, and it looks like we're just saying race committee made the course about 0.1 nautical miles longer. We don't know. Do you think it was too short, or what's going on out there? What do you see?
So yes, the committee decided to lengthen the race course, and I'm here at the pink top mark. But they might have overestimated the wind, because up here it's now no more than 4 knots, probably even less. And I have to say that South Africa and Chile chose the longest way, because it was, in my opinion, there was less wind towards the coast rather than towards the open sea. But anyway, South Africa is now slowly making its way to the mark. It's going to be a very, very slow mark rounding, and that's going to be, it's going to make the hoisting and the dropping of the hoisting of the kite and dropping of the jib a lot harder, because they will not be the kite will not be filled up with wind right away.
Stand by.
So we're here at the moment, and if you want, Jan, I can continue. South Africa is rounding now. Everything is ready on that bow.
Yeah, we're seeing the images as you narrate, which is perfect. Keep going, Raquel. It sounds great, and it looks great.
Pulling that kite towards the bowsprit. The bowsprit is out. The kite is being hoisted. It's going up. Like I said, it's not filling up quickly, but yet it was a very clean maneuver anyways. And of course, I mean, the jib is coming down nicely because there's no wind and there's no interaction. So they did a great job, because these teams, Jan, Chile and South Africa, not only they got acquainted to the boat, but they got used to one another, to work together as a team. I think these two teams haven't changed one single member on board. So they now probably just need to look at each other and know what to do. But wait, the second boat rounding is actually Switzerland, because, like I said, they were out on towards the open water, and the wind was actually better out there.
Yeah, and you know, Raquel, there's
Chile's
something
coming now.
Raquel, there's something I noticed is it looked to me like the Republic of South Africa, as we got down to the leeward gate earlier, did a manual drop. So I was sort of afraid perhaps there was a problem with their drop line, but it looks like everything worked out really well for them. And as absolutely that Switzerland that just went around, and I can see you on our image just off to the left there as Chile is coming in. You can jump in anytime, Raquel, feel free. Absolutely, as we have a great image right here from the cameras on the water. And listen and listen.
Yeah, I can just tell you what I see about the Chilean team. And just as we saw before for South Africa, I mean, the bowman is doing what the bowman does. So we see the kite going to the bowsprits, the tack down, And then
look at that! There's a big problem right there with the halyard.
It's not a huge problem. It's not a huge problem. It's fixed.
Okay, that's good. All right,
the
good,
jib
because
doesn't come down.
Right
the
now
jib doesn't come down too fast. It looks like the jib is stuck. But that is not affecting their speed as much as it would have.
Raquel, I can tell you from the onboard cameras here that we are definitely seeing that there was a big old ball of spaghetti on that windward winch right there. So it's probably going to take them a little bit of time to take it apart, as we have seen teams before. We saw Cuba once not able to take their spinnaker down because they had such an issue. So it looks like a little bit of issue right there on that Chilean boat, and same with the Norwegian boat, as we're seeing issues right there with those two teams and their hoist. So we said lots of things to do as they have to hoist up their spinnaker and drop the jib. But here we are taking a drone, looking at the drone shot here of the Republic of South Africa, and followed closely by Switzerland. So Switzerland is 55 meters in it. Switzerland has managed to come back right now, so it's going to be a very interesting tactical decision which needs to be made here by Switzerland if they want to try to catch up to the leaders. There's only 54 meters of distance between the leaders and Team Switzerland, as opposed to the two boats that are further behind, where we see them over 200 meters behind the Swiss team. So again, there's quite a battle that could possibly go on here. There's an opportunity for Team Switzerland to be able to come back and perhaps get their first win here for their first race against South Africa. But right now, South Africa is still in the lead. It looks as though that lead is currently dropping, as we see here. A lot of the Swiss boys are laying down in the front, putting all that weight up towards the front of the boat. So maximum amount of weight down in front.
I mean, looking at the Swiss team, they're slightly sailing lower angle than what South Africa are doing.
They're looking right now at the ley lines. So it looks like as though those boys out there are just staying as flat and as aerodynamic as possible, not disturbing the wind that is flowing around those sails. There's a lot of discussion going on that boat, as we see the tactician right there, who is actually moved forward, who has moved forward. So that is Jean-Marc Monard right there as a tactician. He's moved forward and trying to see if he can find the ley lines. Lots of discussions right there going on.
I mean, the wind has dropped a lot on the last lap. So anything can happen, any change in the direction can happen.
We have number 4 right there, Nelson Metro, who is the grinder. One of the boys from the Metro family, as you've probably seen his sisters, especially Justine, who is real big right now in the sailing world. So he comes from that family of sailors right there. As we see now is perhaps what is going on is this Team Switzerland right now that has taken the lead. Let's see what is going on right now. I think perhaps It looks very, very light right now. Difficult to see who is in the lead. 100-meter lead with cannot be possible. South Africa must still be out in front. I'm guessing that South Africa is still in front. Switzerland is chasing behind. I'm trying to look at the boats behind. Yes, it looks as though Switzerland, that we just saw jibe, is directly behind South Africa right there. So hard to see what's going on with these very light wind conditions. Here we go, South Africa putting in a jibe. Lots of things going on there on that boat. And for that to be a very clean jibe, it is really important that the old sheet, the old spinnaker sheet, which becomes the lazy sheet, does not get caught up and make a knot in that pulley that you're seeing on the deck right there, because otherwise it'll just stop the spinnaker from going to the other side. And when it's like this, it's so difficult because those sails, they don't have the pressure in them. So, you know, all those ropes, all of a sudden they go slack and then they tighten up again and slack. And that's when you get knots in the ropes.
Yeah, I mean, doing a little bit of housekeeping after the hoist, it's really necessary, you know. We saw two boats, I mean, where they hoisting the spinnaker, you know, they had a riding turns and that winch. So perhaps, what if they needed to do an early jibe? That would be a really problem with them.
I think it was this team.
At least we saw two teams doing that.
Yeah, I believe it was Norway. So it looks like that problem has been solved. So that's a very good thing. And it looks like she's even able to sheet in. There you go. So she's sheeting in manually. She's not asking for the help of the grinder.
It's definitely too light.
So it is quite light, but I guarantee you that that girl is powerful because there's a lot of weight on that rope, even though it's light like this. So it's great for her. She can really feel it. Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, if they're on that boat and there's not, you know, there's a reason why they're there, obviously. So she's able to feel that the power, or rather the pressure that's in that asymmetrical spinnaker. As we see everybody just quite calm here, as we are 850 meters away from the finishing line. You almost want to whisper.
Yeah.
But
it's important, you know, to keep the volume down in this kind of wind. Of course, if it's windy conditions, then you really need to shout so to be able, you know, the others can hear you. But when it's really light like this, then yeah, it's almost like a whisper.
Yeah, it's almost like a whisper, and also if you're talking too loud, you know, the other boats can hear you because on the water, sounds carry very, very well. And there's nothing to sort of stop the sounds from being carried on. So if you start yelling about what your tactics are, the other boats will hear it, you know. As a matter of fact, all the boats are looking at the body language of one another. They're not just looking at the boats, but sometimes, you know, you'll see one person pointing in one direction or the other, and then that'll give you a hint, you know. Are they talking about this, or are they, you know, or are they faking it, perhaps?
Yeah. Perhaps they can do it, you know. They can do a fake tack. They can do a fake jibe.
You're right. We have seen fake tacks.
Fake tacks, yeah.
We saw who was that did a fake tack, I think, quite early on in the race, and managed to get the other boats to respond, and then eventually they went off to the left and they won it. So anyway, all sorts of different maneuvers being put in here, especially when some of these teams that have these match racing specialists. So look at this right now. Switzerland and the Republic of South Africa is very, very close, as we're seeing Switzerland now managing to be the leader right here. So what will happen? Can Switzerland now lay the line, lay the finishing line, or will they have to put in another jibe? And I don't know, but perhaps we can zoom out and twist it around so I can get an idea of what is going to happen. Okay, but it looks to me, yeah, if we get that view right there, no, I don't think they're gonna make it. So Switzerland looks like they're out in the lead, 50, 60 meter lead, but they're gonna have to put in a jibe where they will lose another 20, 30 meters. This could be very, very close here for Switzerland. However, they will be on a starboard tack as they come into the finishing line. So 400 meters left right now, and there's a battle on our hands here for the newcomers, Team Switzerland. Team Switzerland here about well, we'll see. They're going to have to put in a jibe.
One more jibe before the finish.
So they're discussing on what they're going to do. And I just heard Eric saying, yes, I agree. I don't know what he's agreeing to, but definitely a jibe will have to be made here from Team Switzerland. So it looks like Team Switzerland now with a very, very healthy 125 meter lead, putting in a jibe as perhaps we see Team Switzerland going through the finishing line first. This is a crucial moment for them right now. And a nice... Oh, we see the other boats coming in behind us, Switzerland right there. Switzerland puts the boat a little bit flatter. Yeah, right there is... as they are getting closer and closer, we see now, look at the distance from the South African boat is dwindling, 94 meters and getting smaller. So as these two boats are coming together over the finishing line, there you go, you see the distance between those two boats is going down. South Africa has managed to somehow find some wind and bear away. And now for the 4 points here, who is going to cross the finishing line first? Yes, Switzerland has managed to make it back. And it looks like Switzerland is going to be able to make it, as we see the mast right there of the race committee course. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, Switzerland takes the lead. Congratulations, and that's a win. And 4 points for the Swiss team. Woo, good job. Congratulations. Oh, that is a very nice. What a comeback from Team Switzerland right there. Putting on 4 points onto the leaderboard and taking the lead of this fleet. Number 3 right here. Just getting out in front of the Republic of South Africa. Here comes the Republic of South Africa. They were out in front the whole time. Just went off all to the left right there, and they didn't manage. They must have fallen into a hole.
Still, second place is better than last, of course. And don't forget to say about the Swiss team, they had almost the same condition because they sail on the lake. So,
yeah,
yes,
light sailing conditions is definitely something the Swiss sailors know how to do.
Yes. So that was advantage also for them.
For sure, but remember, South Africa has been sailing on this boat now for several races. Thank you, Ivan. A little bit of enthusiasm for that team. I think perhaps it was a little sarcastic enthusiasm. But anyhow, Norway comes in right there and puts in at least 2 points on the screen as we see Team Chile coming in to 4th place. So, a disappointment here for the Chilean team as they will only be putting 1 point on the leaderboard.
But let's not forget, we still have 3 more days racing.
Yes, let's not forget we have 3 more days of racing, exactly as you say. So that was the race number 1. So the first race for this fleet right here with Switzerland winning that race and making a comeback on the last downwind as South Africa manages to put on 3 points. That's very valuable, those 3 points. Norway 2 points and Chile 1 point right there. And yeah, so that was a very, very interesting race that we saw just right there, even though it was very light wind conditions. And remember, you can follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Of course, YouTube. We stream live on Facebook. And of course, check us out at www.ssl-goldcup.com as you have all the information out there. Oh, I see Raquel, and Raquel is with Eric Mona right here. Whenever you'd like, Raquel. Nice to see you.
Yes, we're here. So if winning is always nice, winning like this, maybe it's a little bit nicer, Eric?
Yes, it is. It is. Yeah, nerve-wracking. What a race. We really had, I think, the first 3 legs was just about still being in the game, not losing too much, trying to get back into the game. And suddenly, just in front of the last top mark, wow. We got a bit more pressure, the boat was fast, and then we get back in the game. I was saying at the last tag, so now we're back in the game. And we honestly, at the top mark, we were not for winning. We were happy with second, but then we found a mode on the downwind, which was incredible. Yeah, thanks to all the crew. We just had such a good spinnaker trim and just being fast.
Everything, when a team wins, everything works well on the team, right?
Yeah, but we have also to analyze, of course, why we ended up behind in the beginning. So it shows that yeah, we're all still making mistakes, and that's what we have to avoid.
It's your first race here.
It's the first race, and it's so nice to have it.
Way.
Yeah.
Exactly, it's a nice way to start.
Yeah, so nice. You know, we're coming here and knowing that others have done already 2 weeks, you're really scared about the first race, and to end like this is just amazing.
Well done, Eric, and we'll see you back on the water tomorrow.
Yes, thank you.
Back to you, Jan and Empty.
Thank you very much, Raquel. That was a very exciting race here as we see that the wind was dying down just a little bit. From what I hear, there will be a small delay right here as they are fixing something on one of these boats. And so, Ipti, that you didn't see her when we started the race, but she's here. And so thank you very much,
Thank you for
Ipti.
having me.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming in and commentating again.
No worries.
And so we'll see. We'll see. Perhaps you'll be here in the next race or not. I don't know who perhaps is coming in. Anyways, we'll find out as things go on here, as you're watching us live here from Gran Canaria. And so that was the race. The first race for fleet number 3. So we still have one more race here in the day. So we'll find out what's going on. We're gonna go take a small break, and of course we'll be right back for this last race of the day. So don't you go anywhere.
10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
music instrument has the most annoying sound to you?
The trump, la trompeta, boludo.
Trumpet.
Sí, the trumpet. How many kilograms does Facu lie about? It depends, because if he is with Germán Panay, probably 6 or 7.
Lies a lot.
No, not so much.
And if he is with us, probably 1 or 2.
What are your hobbies other than sailing? For me, playing golf and studying.
I like biking and running.
I like playing squash and hanging around with my family.
Oh, this is for your wife, eh? He's a good husband, eh? What has been your greatest success so far? The 6th place in Tokyo in the last games.
Coaching Santi in the Olympics, but also as a sailor myself. I've done many years with Azur and Super Series that we've been quite successful, and many other regattas.
I like the Melges 24 Worlds that we did this year, that we finished 3rd. I think it was very good regatta. We have to fight hard for that.
My name's Tom Slingsby, and I'm the helmsman of Team Australia. I'm working with our trim team to try to make the boat go fast, also helping a bit with tactics and positioning on the racetrack.
My name is Robert Scheidt. I'm the captain of Team Brazil, and my position is the helmsman. A lot of the times, because he has the boat on his hands, then it's easier for him to make some judgment calls of when to accelerate, when to push the boat.
Generally, I don't have too much to say on where we're going, but I'm working with Matt Belcher on the tactic. He's giving me a lot of information, and then I'm making the decision if we go with that or not.
My name's Ian Williams. I'm the team captain for Team GBR and also the helmsman. Yeah, so the helmsman drives the boat using the wheels here. We have 2 wheels. 1 on each side, so we change sides each time we tack and jibe.
I can sometimes also go to the leeward wheel to have a look at the jib, a look at the opponent, where the opponent is, because a lot of times the opponent will be behind our sails.
And we almost always steer helm from the side closest to the wind, which is the high side on the boat.
Yeah, the steering wheel works just like a car. It's pretty simple.
What do you need to improve before the next race?
That's a big list. How long do we have time? Yeah, it was a tough one, the first one. We had some fuck-ups, but we are learning out of it, and there are definitely some things to improve, I would say.
The speed was actually good and made okay out of the start. Just had some 2 boat handling issues.
Which never happened before?
Which never happened before. But it was our first sailing day here, so I hope we can get into it and we will fight. What is the strongest side of your team?
I think one of the stronger sides is that we know each other for many, many years. Austria is a small country, so everybody knows everyone. We are like a family, so I think this is one of our stronger sides, I would say.
Agreed,
yeah. Where is the end of the world? There are many corners in Austria on some top of the mountains. I think actually he's staying in the end of the world. From the Vienna side.
The good thing is we're 2 against 1. So
yeah. The west side of Austria.
Ciao! Bye!
My name is Facundo. My position in the boat is the grinder. So as a grinder, you are using the coffee, which is basically the engine for the sails, because as we know, the sails for this boat are very, very heavy and really big, and with all the power of the wind, it is really hard to change them and to adjust them. So you are working together with the trimmers to adjust and release the sails with this beauty here.
So my name is Nelson Metro and I'm grinder on board Team Switzerland. For this role you have to be heavy and as strong as you can. So there is really big guys on the different teams.
My name is Jens Möller. I'm the grinder here on SSL Team Sweden. Of course you need to have the muscles when you're grinding, but I think you need to know what's happened when you're taking care of the pillow stall to get the sails in, so you don't smash things, and get the right power and the right trim call, and see what's happening on the course, and be ready every time.
So it's pretty basic how it works. It has a couple of bearings under the floor of the boat, and it's connected with these 2 winches to manage the front sails, basically by pressing in these 2 buttons. It's connected with starboard winch. Then the same happens with the port winch, and the beauty about this is that it can also be connected to the main sail. During the race you have to be very aware of what's happening to help pull the sails, because the sails are so heavy.
Which movie would you want it to be if your life was a movie? Smurfs? They seem to have a lot of fun.
Mamma Mia seemed like a lot of fun to make. Could get a bit over the top with the musical though, all the time.
Who do you see as a hero in this world and why?
I think Usain Bolt's probably up there.
Yeah.
He had a lot of fun, enjoyed his time, entertained the entire world, and became the fastest man on the planet. He performed everything that sport should be.
Who is your all-time celebrity crush, Ian?
I'm not really into that sort of thing. You go for that.
Got to be Margot Robbie or someone like that.
Oh, Margot
surely.
Robbie's probably a good shout.
Yeah.
You want to...
I stopped watching Neighbours well before she was in it.
Yeah, my name is Will Ryan and I'm a trimmer for the Australian team here in the SSL. So being a trimmer on a boat where there's 11 people or 10 people, it's a big responsibility because there's only 2 of us that really have a direct influence on the shape of the sails to make the boat go fast.
My name is Kaina Kunze and I'm the second trimmer. What I do on the boat is like most help first trimmer to leave the sails on the right position.
My name is Tomás Dietrich. I am the upwind trimmer for the Argentinian team in the SSL Gold Cup. We have 3 different types of jibs depending on how much wind we are sailing with. We have one jib that we use until we have 12 knots, then another one from 13 to 16, and then we use another one from 17 plus. I think the most important skill is that you need to be very in sync with the wind and with the mode that your tactician is requiring.
So when the wind changes, as a trimmer, we always need to be adapting, and if we can do that in advance rather than responding afterwards, that's what gives us the advantage to make us a good trimmer versus a bad trimmer. Part of my role on the boat is being the trimmer is using these winches. So we have a jib sheet or a spinnaker sheet which uses, the jib sheet comes from this and goes around the winch. The spinnaker sheet is led from the back and around this leeward winch. And we get the grinder to give us some extra power by turning these winches. And we have an extra person to tail or cut in each of the different maneuvers. So that synergy and working together to get the power and the right timing of pulling those sails on really helps to get either the best spinnaker hoist, the best jibe, the best tack, the best acceleration and the best high performance out of the boat in all the different environments.
A meal to eat after a great day sailing? Pasta. Who has the easiest job on the boat? Helm, I think. Physically, definitely helming. Show us what you usually do on the boat. Helming. I've sailed single-handed dinghy most of my life, from Optimist to Europe and to Laser Radio, which is now Ilka 6 class. Now I'm learning foiling on a Wasp, so the majority of time I'm sailing myself. If I'm switching to a big boat or a keel boat, sailing with a group of people, probably one thing I'm most good at is helming.
Hello, my name is Martina Graal. I'm from Team Brazil. I do main strategy and floater, so I just basically help everywhere that it's in need.
I think as a floater, it's very important to be versatile, flexible, be ready to shoot in whenever you can.
Well, on the pre-start, I'm in charge of telling the time every 30 seconds, 20 seconds, or 10 seconds, and after 30 seconds, it's every second.
I don't do much, I just go straight for the hike, but all the other maneuvers and helping with the pole out and tack in. Downwind, helping to pass the spinnaker on the jibe. On the downwind maneuver, also helping the spinnaker in.
I pass this line that it's kite halyard, and I pass it to the jib trimmer to put it on the winch.
If I compare being a floater to real life, I would say that it comes close to being a best friend. You always try to help everyone and keep the far goal in mind, and that doesn't always mean putting yourself first, but yeah, being a good person.
We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for the last and final race of the day. So this will be for fleet number 4. I am joined again with Ibtisam, as you just saw right next to me here. Now, let's take a look at the team comparisons. Teams that will be sailing here in this fleet number 4 is on top left, Slovenia, Krpani 860, SSL rank number 29, team weight 727 kilos. Captain of that team is number 9, Vasily Zbogar. And to the right of him is team Portugal, the Navigators, SSL rank number 22, weighing in at 722 kilos. So they are the lightest team out here. Team captain is Joao Rodriguez. And on the bottom left is Team Sweden, the Vikings, SSL rank number 10. Team weight weighing in 724.9 kilos. And team captain right there is Jacob Gustafsson. At bottom right is France, Les Bleus, SSL rank number 6. Team weight 723 kilos. The captain of that team is the very well-known Loïc Perron, who will not be sailing on the boat. And now, let's listen to the team's national anthems.
c'est féroce les soldats qui viennent jusque dans nos mains, égorger nos fils et nos compagnes, aux armes citoyens, formés au bataillon, marchons, marchons, car sans rancune, à Sion. 1, 2, 3,
So it's always great to see those national anthems right there. Let's take a look at the team lineups who will be sailing on the boats today. We don't have much time for the start, so Team Slovenia here, as we see Vasily Zbogar is the captain and will be on the helm. Our next team, the captain of this team is Team Portugal and is João Rodrigues. There are the sailors that will be sailing on the boat right now. As we move on to our next team, Team Sweden, the captain of the boat is Max Salminen. Max is not on the boat, and this are the people that he chose to go onto his boat. Moving on to Team France, captain of the team, Xavier Roy, who is an Olympian, has a bronze medal in the Olympics. He's the main trimmer, and that is the crew he has put together for Team France. Now, we are 2 minutes away from the start. I know Raquel is on the water and close to the starting line. We had some issues, looking like very light winds. Raquel, how is it out there? Has anything changed? It seems as though now we have some wind that is back again.
It is back again, Jan. I was very dubious, and when the race committee called for this fourth race to happen, I wasn't sure it was actually gonna happen. But at the moment, they saw, I guess they saw something I didn't see, because at the moment we do have a wrinkly water and a nice breeze coming from the open sea. And it is about 5 knots, I would say, no more than that, but we've seen good races with 5 knots. And the sea state is a little better. The waves are less insidious and less annoying than what they were before.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for that insight, to being our eyes out on the water. Our eyes with a microphone here, so 44 seconds left as we get started here on this last race of the day for fleet number 4, as we have 2 new teams here that are coming into the picture, and that is Team Sweden and Team France. So 28 seconds as we are about to start. Let's see, Ipti, are we going to get a better start than we did on the last one?
Yeah.
Time and distance.
Looks
like Sweden is way out there in front. They might actually be a little early.
Portugal, they looks very good to go like 5. Yeah, they have nice gap below.
So it looks like Portugal right there. Look, good timing there on Team Sweden. As I look at the race committee boat, it doesn't look like an individual recall. So it looks like a clear start right there for Team Sweden. So Sweden and Portugal getting the best start here on race number 4 of the day for fleet number 4.
Perhaps France, they had a little bit bad start on that, so they had to tack out and go to the right side.
Looks like France right there got the door closed on them. They got shut out. Now, typically, I know Team France are very, very, very fast in the downwind. I'm always very surprised when I see them sail. They always sort of end up by finding their way back on the downwind and then staying out in front. So, will this be what we see here on Team France? I was just looking at the tactician there. Yep, don't put a leg over. It is common practice sometimes on these boats to just have one leg over the side, but in the racing rules here, it is not allowed. And there we see everybody hiking hard right there.
Yeah, I mean, one leg out and you will be penalized.
Yeah, so that would be a 360. So there's the captain of the team right there with his hat on backwards on the left. Right there with the sunglasses on. And that's Xavier Rohard. In French, it's Xavier Rohard. We'll just say it in French because it's easier than translating it in English. Anyhow, race course right now is 0.75 nautical miles. So 5 knots of wind, and the axis of the course is at 150. So that is pretty similar to what we've been seeing all day long. As we've seen pressure in the early stages of the racing, and then it sort of coming and dying down. So it's been up and down the whole race. And here we are on Team Portugal, also got an extremely good start. So great to see Portugal. Portugal is back here in the 8th of the finals. The last time we saw them, I thought they were dead in the water, but they made a huge comeback and actually ended up by winning the race, the final race on the Golden Day, worth double points. So for those of you that don't know, we have 4 days of racing, and the last day, the 4th day, all races count double in points. So take a look at this right now. So France didn't manage to get off the line, as well as the others were pushed off to the right-hand side, and now it looks like it has sort of shifted on their side. France is in the lead. And France is no longer in the lead. So things very shifty out there.
Very shifty, very light wind. I mean, not a lot of wind. Shifting a lot, but everyone will be looking for that, gusty bit, just to try to take it and go through.
For sure, and what you guys have to remember back home is for Team France and Team Sweden, this is their first race on these boats, as they just arrived yesterday. And granted, everybody has had time to practice, but that was back home. Back in Switzerland, so very different conditions out here, and really they have to get their nerves out. Remember, this is their first race. They're racing against these guys, and Portugal has been here and has already gone through the previous rounds, and so they've got a lot of experience. They know the boat very well. So
look at that.
look at this port starboard situation here coming in with Sweden. So Sweden tacking underneath Portugal. Sweden here also is one of the new teams that have just come out here, so they're looking very strong and already putting the pressure on Team Portugal. There's Team Sweden right there. As we see, not everybody is completely on a full hike, so that probably has something to do with the fact that there is only 5 knots of wind out there. As we listen to the onboard.
I mean, the best thing for France now is to tack out.
France right now is sort of in the middle of all these boats. As we see Sweden, there's France on the left-hand side of your screen. Sweden right there in a very powerful position out in front. And we see another cross coming over here. It looks like the Slovenians are coming back into it now. Slovenia here these guys have also been these are one of the 2 teams that has passed through. So there goes Slovenia. ducking behind the starboard boats. It's looking as though Portugal decided to tack right on top of Slovenia. Looking like some pretty good heel right there on the boats. And yeah, it looks as though we are seeing a little bit of wind on the water. It looks as though the swell has dropped down just a little bit. We're still seeing, of course, that big sort of offshore, those offshore winds. But the fact that the wind had died down in the last race made it a little bit smooth, a little more glassy. So less choppy, where we did see some of the teams really slamming into the waves, as we see right there.
But you can see they're like
Slovenia.
Portugal, well done for them. They really managed to climb up on the same line of Slovenia.
Yeah, Slovenia right there. You're right, FT. Look, they're looking like they're having issues. As a matter of fact, we see them there. They're just tacked over. So Slovenia having to make a tack to get to the other side, as Portugal is in a high mode.
But they're trying to do the
so
same.
Fast.
Yeah, fast.
How do they do that?
It just depends on how much you sail, you know, and you get the experience in port, of course.
They are managing to be higher and faster.
Faster, and I think
Sweden.
And they're trying to do the same now with Sweden also. They did that with Slovenia, so they're hoping to do the same with the Sweden team.
So that's the advantage of having been racing, you know, through the last couple rounds in order to be able to get here. Team Sweden right there not being able to keep up and find that high mode. And it looks like Portugal is trying to squeeze everybody else out. Look at France down there squeezing out Slovenia as well. France going into a high mode as well. And I don't know which boat this is. Oh no, look at France and Slovenia to the top right up there. It looks so close as France is really putting in that high mode. And Slovenia just absolutely getting hammered by everybody. Everybody's just attacking Slovenia. There's nothing they can do, and they're just getting beat up on. A tough day out on the water right there for Slovenia so far. They went off to the left and they managed to come back, but right now, first they got tacked on top of by Portugal. Now it's France. So there we go. Slovenia is now perhaps going to have to once again tack and get out, as we see also now that there's a battle here. Portugal is managing to get on top of the Swedish boat.
They're heading to the top mark now, so there is no chance for Slovenia, to tack back again. That's why they kept going. Of course,
Slovenia just right there in it. Oh, look at that though. There is a definite difference between these two boats. It looks as though right now Portugal has managed to roll over Sweden, and they are currently stealing all of their wind here as they get up towards the windward mark.
They just dropping down a little bit here.
And there it is. There it is. Portugal managed to roll over Sweden. Definitely have a much more speed than the Swedish boat. So interesting to see the difference between these two boats, as now they will go around the offset mark. And there's the hoist. There's the first hoist from Team Portugal as they go around. As they go around the offset mark. Now, what's happening on Team Portugal? What's going on with that hoist? It's a slow hoist. The boat is almost stopped.
And they're sailing really high.
Oh, and this gives a great opportunity for Sweden to come back, as Sweden had to dive down. There was, in order to avoid the Portuguese boat, as they were completely stopped in the water. So disaster for Portugal as they tried to, I don't know what happened there, but it was very, very slow. Now, Sweden had to avoid them, and therefore they had to bear away, and they couldn't get their spinnaker up. So guess who's back? I told you they were fast downwind. It's France. France is now breathing down the neck of Portugal and Sweden, as we see here on board. Team Slovenia as well having issues. That spinnaker is not going up. Oh, there it is. Yep. That is the offset, the lazy sheet right there. Sorry, the lazy sheet, which was not released.
It was on the cleat, yeah, on the windward side. So.
Yeah, sometimes so they cleat those when you're going upwind so that they don't fall and they don't drag out and fall into the water. But you gotta remember to get it off the cleat before you hoist, and apparently they didn't. So that's not going to be helping Slovenia come back into the game. Portugal and Sweden now slowed themselves down. And look who's behind. France is sitting in third place, just waiting for something to happen in these front boats for them to be able to put on the pressure. Well, they are putting on the pressure right now.
I mean, the first three boats, they're sailing in the same line. Everyone trying to do, low mood here. Here's a low mood.
As we listen in there to Team Sweden.
Well, Slovenia, I think they're sailing a bit higher than the other three boats.
Yeah, Slovenia, well, that's the only thing they can do right now is they need to attack. So Slovenia is going into a higher mode, as you can see them right there on the left-hand side of your screen. So they're actually managing. They're actually managing to come back, but they will be higher than the others. So in the long run, it's not a big help. Look at that, as all three boats are really neck and neck here as we go down here on leg number 2 of 4. So we are getting approximately halfway down this this leg right here as we get down to the gates. Now it's going to be interesting to see what happens as we get down here. Remember, there's a lot of pressure on all of these boats. Psychological pressure, obviously, I'm talking about, because the wind pressure right now is relatively low, but it seems to be a correlation between wind speed and psychological pressure. As they're going to get down to these gates, we've seen over and over, we've seen drama happen at these gates. So it's going to have to be clean moves made by everybody.
Portugal, they need to drive now because of the big ship, the right side.
And there goes Sweden. So that's Sweden is the first one to jibe.
So it's going to be good for Portugal now.
Sweden is the first one to jibe. Will Portugal follow a little bit further? Or will it be France? Or will they continue? We'll see what happens. And there goes Portugal. So of course they can't jibe right underneath the Swedish boat. If they do that, then of course they will be in the wind shadow of Team Sweden, and that will not help them at all. We are 460, even less meters away from the leeward gate.
I mean, Portugal boat, they try to sail really low, and again after the jibe, they will try to also hold their angle. So I think they will be aiming for the right hand mark.
Yep. Now let's see here. Was it a little bit too early for Sweden to be able to lay the marks? It looks as though body language on that boat right there. Oh, what is that pile of rope? I hope that's not going to cause any problems. All right, well, let's see what's happening here as we see the jib being hoisted. Let's see the move now. What is Portugal going to do? It definitely looks like it's going to be a windward drop, or will they jibe just before?
Or they can do
doubt it.
Kiwi drop. So they dropping while they jibing.
Yeah, but I have the impression that it's just a windward drop, and that's what it seems like.
And there is a
windward drop, so drop and then a jibe. Oh no, the spinnaker's in the water and it's full of water. So not much spinnaker in the water, but it is definitely full of water. That's going to be slowing them down. Oh no, look at that. The boat is having difficulty getting out of there. So not very good spinnaker drop there, and it looks like Sweden. Okay, we're still seeing a lot of spinnaker, but it's not in the water.
And there is some change in the course.
Yes, we can hear that. You guys, you at home, I'm sure you can hear it too. We can hear that sound signal being given by the little blue boat over there, the race committee boat. So we will have a change, and it is a Charlie plus. Oh, penalty for Portugal. Penalty for Portugal. There's a bowsprit issue. Oh no! Penalty for Portugal for leaving their bowsprit out too late down at the leeward gate. So, issues with dropping that kite, and they perhaps got a little distracted. And now they will have to do no, they have already done their 360. There it is. Oh, that's terrible news for Portugal right there. So getting penalized by the jury for having left their bowsprit out too long. You cannot sail with the bowsprit out. You need to be bringing it back in as you're bringing the spinnaker back in. You can't have the spinnaker put away and the bowsprit out. That's just not possible. It's the same thing when you're hoisting the spinnaker. If you put the bowsprit out and you don't hoist, and it takes too long for you to hoist, you will get a penalty. They are very, very, very picky about this subject. We've seen it over and over again. So Portugal right now in third place, as they've had to do a penalty 360. And we see Team Sweden now on the right-hand side. There you go. We see them here on board with a nice lead, about 130-meter lead here for the Swedish team, as they decide to go back on the port and join the others. So they don't want to be leaving everybody else out onto the left-hand side. There it is. Now it's even gotten more, 140 meters lead for the Swedish team.
Good comeback for the Swedish team. I mean, we saw on the bottom mark, like, if you don't put all your effort on your drop, they're causing you lots of problems. So of course, we saw the jury, they have been very picky on the bowsprit. So they will give you maximum one boat length max, maybe after you crossing that, and heading up after the bottom mark.
Yeah, and the further, oh, look at this.
Port starboard.
Oh, port and starboard. There's a protest right there from the French. Let's take a look. Let's stay here. Let's see if there was anything happening. What is the jury going to say? I did not see what happened, so the jury must have put on a flag. I think it was probably a green flag.
Green, I think so, yeah.
It kind of looked like they were grabbing a green flag. We just didn't see it, but perhaps Raquel saw it. She's out there. We just missed it right there. So if Raquel, if you can hear me and there's anything you saw out there, jump in.
Jana, I confirm. Green flag, I confirm. It was definitely a green flag from the umpire. But
Okay,
it's the most
perfect.
penalties we've seen, or request of penalties we've seen so far, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
They're fiery, this fleet.
Yeah, they're on fire, absolutely. So green flag meaning that France put a protest out there, and it was not receivable, so no rules broken as they put up that flag, that green and white checkered flag. So, wow, very, very eventful here, as there was a port and starboard situation right there between those two boats. Now we were on board and we just heard the guys say in French, okay, let's concentrate, guys. Let's get back into the racing. So that was just a little bit of a racing incident right there. But France doing a good job right now. As you see, France on the left, Sweden just right there on the bottom right. Sweden just tacked over.
I mean, the level of the sailors in both these teams is really high. So, of course, they're going to take any chance, if there is any chance, I mean, to take the penalty and give the other boat penalty. Why not?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, that's part of the game, and when you play the game, you got to know the rules, and there's nothing wrong with that. Now, perhaps that boat decided to get in a little bit, how shall we say? It got a little carried away, perhaps, or in their maneuver, and wanted to come a little too close there to the French boat. And France felt as though they may have had to avoid that boat, but that's why we have a jury out on the water, and a decision was made that there was no penalty. So we keep on sailing here as we see Team France right in the bottom here of our picture, hiking hard. So that's good to see. That means that there is some wind pressure out on the water, and it looks, as I look in the background here, as though effectively it looks like a good wind pressure. So this is great. Really happy to see that, as these boats here are on their second windward leg. Remember, here, this is the SSL Gold Cup Finals series. We are in the 8th of the finals, as this is the first race of 4 that we will see each fleet doing. So today, this is our last race of the day, but we'll be back tomorrow morning at 10:30 local time here in Gran Canaria. And great sailing here, as we see. And don't forget, this is the Football World Cup, but in sailing. And really what it's all about is showing what each team has got. Every team is sailing on exactly the same boat. So it's not about the boat, it's about the people that are on that boat. And as a matter of fact, every single team will be sailing on a different boat every day. So, for example, France right there will never be sailing again on this hull number 7, I believe. So they'll be switching every day. So not only do they switch every day, but they'll be sailing at a different time of day every day.
Every day, yeah. And perhaps, Sweden, they managed to open the gap between them and France, and by sailing only good mood.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a question of, and I tell you what, I mean, their short crew, they're keeping tallies. They know exactly what boat's doing what. So everything is done to take the boat out of the equation. It's really all about the sailors, and that's so important here. And for all you young sailors
Look at that
listening,
gap between them.
for all you young sailors listening to us, remember, if you are one of the best in your country, you can get qualified to come and sail and be with us here at the next SSL Gold Cup Finals. Lots of things are going to be happening in the future here with the SSL Gold Cup. Lots more racing will be happening on all of the continents. This is only the beginning, ladies and gentlemen, of the SSL Gold Cup. But right now, let's look at what's happening as we are 260 meters away from the windward buoy as they go around. Now remember, this will be a little particular because the windward buoy is going to be a pink one. And there's a port and starboard situation right here between these two boats, Portugal and Sweden.
Not clear.
Here goes Portugal. That seems very, very close. And the jury is right there on their motorboat, so no issues right there. As we are 150 meters away from getting to that pink buoy. Now, why is that pink buoy so important?
Because there was a change on the course, and of course you don't have the dog leg. Now you're only gonna bear away and hoist the spinnaker.
Absolutely. So that bear away, you have to do everything at once. Here comes the bowsprit. Now let's make sure that they keep on hoisting and not get a second penalty, because we already saw they already did one penalty. Now they did one penalty, but they're still out in front. So here goes Team Portugal, still leading the pack after having done a 360. And that looks like a good spinnaker hoist right there from Team Portugal. Just behind them is Team Sweden. And look at the French right there. The French are super quick to get their spinnaker up. And they've gotten past the Swedes. They have managed to steal the wind off of Sweden, or at least are trying to put themselves in a position where they can do so. So Sweden a little slow at getting that spinnaker up and getting it full. They're getting overtaken by Team France. Team France right there, just absolutely rolling over the top of the Swedish team. And now here comes our last team, the Slovenian team, putting up their spinnaker. Oh, it looks like right there he's lost one hand. One of the grinders has lost a hand. You just can't put a hand back on there. It's just impossible, or you'd have to stop grinding, and that's just even worse. Sometimes you just gotta let that one last grinder do it by himself, and that's real tough.
Yeah, we saw that it's really tough for the Slovenia team.
As a matter of fact, there are two people on the grinding pedestal every time they hoist and drop the spinnakers.
Yeah.
In the jibe, you don't necessarily need to be two. As a matter of fact,
one is
plenty.
So they had, Sweden, they had to jibe away from France, and so they can do their own, course.
Yeah, the French are stealing the win.
Yeah.
So France, with a very early spinnaker hoist, they were almost, I think they started hoisting their spinnaker before they got to the offset mark. Now remember, they can set their spinnaker if they want to, depending on how the wind shifts. They can set it before that offset mark. That offset mark is there for a reason. It's there so that the boats that are coming up to the windward mark are able to avoid the boats that are coming from
the port side. Yeah.
So very interesting, right there.
And it was also interesting for Portugal, because at the end that penalty didn't affect them. Actually, they managed, because they had a good distance ahead. So when they did their penalty, it didn't affect them that much. Yeah. You can see the communication between these guys inside, and the more they sail together, the better communication they get.
It's all about communication, absolutely, here between all of these teams. Ifti, you're right. And we can hear there is definitely some communication going on this boat.
Yeah, because France now they're trying to roll Portugal again, and that's exactly what they did with the Sweden team. So let's have from inside, the communication on board in Portugal team, and let's see what they're planning to do.
Oh, is this a jibe coming through? Yeah, looks like a jibe put in here by Team France. Is Portugal going to follow it? It sounded a little hectic, but I think perhaps they are trying to match the jibe. Notice how they're waiting. Yeah, so they did match the jibe right there. We can see them off in the bottom right. And perhaps just getting the boat flatter again. So
You did say, you did say how much fast these guys can go downwind. The French guys.
Yeah, they're very fast downwind.
Yeah, very fast, and we can see now exactly like how it's happening.
Si on peut, la pression elle vient un petit peu derrière, pas trop à gauche. Si on peut.
That we see right here is Xavier Roy, and he is the captain of the team. He's a star sailor, every time he sails on a star, he really has so much speed downwind. It's just unbelievable. So it's all about setting up the boat and being able to read the water and finding out what's happening, and setting his sail as well. So very interesting here as we see that he is, working with his mainsail. As we see this, these asymmetrical spinnakers that are really, that wind as they're going downwind really needs to flow around that spinnaker. So that's why we're seeing those mainsails so, into the center of the boat.
Otherwise, it will block, the wind in the big sail.
Yeah, exactly. If you were right now to ease that main sheet out, then the boom would go out. It would actually stop the airflow from leaving the kite.
The kite just collapse.
And you would just stop the boat right there, trying to pop the battens. Looking like he's getting very, very angry with that.
The buttons, yeah.
So yeah, those battens, when you have low pressure right there, it's very difficult to be able to get those battens to be able to pop. There are definitely a couple techniques to help do that, and one of them is what he's doing right there. And of course there are others, but it's perhaps a little too late right now. And here we go. This is exactly what we saw last time. We have enough wind for about 45 minutes worth, and then it starts to die down as we get down towards the finishing line. So these guys have probably had some of the best wind conditions we've seen so far, and Team Portugal right now having been able to put out a very nice lead over there, matching the French, the French jibe right there. But remember, Team Portugal, they came and they made a huge comeback to be here in the 8th of the finals. We thought they were going to be out, or at least I did, and they didn't. They managed to come back and find a little bit of wind. So never count Team Portugal out, as they also are extremely fast in the downwind. And it looks like right now they are putting in a low mode that France can absolutely not match. And the lead is just growing as you look at the distance between the French boat and the Portuguese boat. Now let's take a look here between Sweden and France as the boats are coming together. We will have a port and starboard situation. So what will Sweden do? It will be very interesting to see what happens. It looks like France is not going to the confrontation, and Sweden now managing to come back and to take second place as we are 450 meters away from the finishing line. It looks, as you see to the right-hand side of your screen, that is Team Sweden in second place. So it is a sprint to the finish between Team France and Team Sweden, as the Swedish boat is a little bit lower and can perhaps go and put the high mode in and get to
Look at that smile.
Yeah, there's a couple smiles on there.
It's a second win in a row.
Second win in a row for these guys.
Yeah.
So, Team Portugal is back and stronger than ever. It looks like we're 260 meters away. They know it's in the bag, and that looks like 4 points are going to be awarded to them, but there's still another 200 meters until they get down to the finishing line. Looks like the pressure right now is off, and it looks like they know it.
And they already celebrate.
Look at the smiles on those faces.
Celebration is already on. So they know they're gonna win.
Oh, I'm sure the whole country is going crazy. Oh, great. Good to see. Very nice. Now, this is a great story from Team Portugal. Here we go. And Team Portugal go across the line to bring 4 points home.
Well done, Portugal.
Yes, that is right. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, that is very, very good right there. Mariana, we just saw her right there on the left-hand side. So, those guys can be so proud of themselves. Number 14 right there.
Who's gonna cross first here?
And here goes Sweden. This is a real close one. Only comes down to the wire between Sweden and France.
Sweden goes second place.
Oh, Sweden making the comeback, picking up the 3 points. Oh, and that was Team France right there, just getting, just in the very end at the last moment.
Last moment.
So, wow. Light wind conditions, but exciting racing right here. And here we go as we see the fourth boat just not far behind, as we see here, Team Slovenia. A tough day out there on the water as we saw, but keeping it together, teamwork until the end. Yeah, Vasily right there, you could just see the body language, telling him that he was quite disappointed. Of course, they've been attacked all day long. Really difficult. So a tough day in the office right there for Team Slovenia. What a great day for Team Portugal right here. What are they doing, a dance? Oh, good to see these guys happy right now and putting those 4 points on there. What a battle that was. So I think probably they were talking there with the shore crew as trying to figure out, can we keep the spinnaker up and to bring the boats back home, or what's going on. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that the next thing that we will have is probably Raquel, which we'll be able to interview. So as soon as we have that, then we'll try to get out onto the water and see what she has to say. But as we're waiting for her to catch up to the boats, let's take a look here. So as we said, Portugal, after 38 minutes of sailing, bring home 4 points. Sweden bring home 3 points. France with 2 and Slovenia with 1. So this was the race number 1 of this fleet number 4. And I've just been told that there will be no interview, so and that's we will not see Raquel out on the water. But look at how happy they are right there. So great job. Congratulations, Team Portugal, on bringing home that victory. And what an exciting last race. Race number 4 here at the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series, the Football World Cup, but in sailing. So guys, if you want more information and you can't get enough of it, well, make sure you follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and of course you can go and take a look at our
there's
website.
Nice shooting on Instagram and Facebook. It's really nice of the teams.
Yes, absolutely. And the pictures you can see on the SSL goldcup.com, and you can see all sorts of information on there, pictures and things.
You can you can click on the teams. You can see more information about them. You get to know the sailors.
Yeah, absolutely. If you go onto the teams and you actually look at the teams, you can click onto the little flag of each team, and then you'll come down. You'll see the pictures of all the guys that are on the teams. You can even go and buy the jerseys from the team. So if you have your favorite team or national team, you want to buy a jersey, you can go and buy a jersey. There's a whole bunch of things. We're doing a Panini cards as well. We have a virtual Panini cards that are available for you guys. There's really a lot of things that are available at the here at the SSL, and I think very important. We have to also thank Raquel, who was our eyes out there on the water. So she's been out there all day long, bobbing up and down in her little motorboat, just to be able to bring you guys that information. So we're very happy that she has joined us now, and she'll be here for the next couple races. Ipti, I want to thank you again.
Thank you so much
coming.
for having me.
You're very welcome. It's always great to have you in the studio and to be able to discuss this. And so yeah, thank you very much, and of course thank you guys for watching us. We will be back tomorrow at 10:30 local time, and make sure that you come here and check everything else as we are getting ready for sailing out on the day. You never know what's going to happen in this sport, but right now we say goodbye to you from here from the studio. Let's take a look at the replay of what happened in this last race, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks a lot.
for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.